I'm going to go ahead and call this meeting of the Assembly regular meeting to order. It is 6 p.m. and this is a regular meeting for the Assembly for Tuesday, February 1st, 2022. Madam Clerk, would you take the roll?
I will. Tim Hale, are you on the line? Assemblymember Hale.
Yeah, here.
Thank you. Stephanie Nowers, are you on the phone?
I'm here.
Thank you. I'm expecting Dee McKee. Robert Yunt.
Here.
Moki 2.
Here.
Jesse Sumner.
Here.
Ron Bernier, are you on the phone?
Here.
Thank you.
Here.
You do have a quorum.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Is there anything the members would like to pull from the consent agenda? Yes. Assemblyperson Tillman.
I'd like to pull RS 21-135 and AM 22-010.
Okay.
Madam Mayor, can I ask Assemblymember 2, did you state 2211?
AM 22-010. Am I right?
I do believe is it the road service area road improvement project list that
Yes.
it's AM 2211.
Huh. Okay.
Okay, Madam
Oh,
Clerk.
I see what I did. You're absolutely right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, everything's all clarified. Okay. Does any other assembly person have anything they want to pull from the consent agenda or? Okay. Are there any other changes to the agenda that anybody would like to make? Okay, hearing none, the agenda is approved as it has been amended. If you would all stand for the Pledge of Allegiance, please. And Mr. Attorney, could we get you to lead us tonight? Thank you.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Are there any changes to the minutes that were presented? The minutes that were presented are from the Assembly special meeting on January 11th of 2022 and the Assembly regular meeting of January 18th, 2022. Is there any changes to any of those minutes? Okay, hearing none, then the minutes are approved as presented. The next item we have is agency reports, and I see one of our mayors from one of our cities. Would you like to come forth, Madam Mayor?
Okay. Good evening, Mayor DeVries, Manager Brown, and Assembly. I'm Glenda Ledford, Mayor for the City of Wasilla. Tonight, I would like to introduce Wasilla's new Director of Public Works, Danielle Bischoff. Danielle, would you please introduce yourself to the Assembly?
Thank you, Madam Mayor, Manager Brown, Assembly members. Thank you for having me here tonight. Danielle Bischoff. My background is I'm lifelong Alaskan, born and raised. I had the privilege of graduating from Chugiak High School. I attended Michigan Technological University, so I am a professional engineer. I had the privilege of working under Archie Giddings as his deputy director in 2019 and 2020. I had personal reasons as to why I needed to take a leave of absence and was thrilled when Mayor Ledford invited me back to the city. It's some big shoes to fill. Archie had such great service to the city, and I look forward to working with all of our Public Works Department and moving it forward. I've got a lot of catching up to do, but I'm up to the challenge, and I'm looking forward to working with any of you moving forward as we continue to develop the city and improve our infrastructure. Thank you for having me here. And if there's any questions, I'm happy to address those.
No, congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Danielle. Moving on, happening at the Menard Sports Center. Wild Game Feast hosted by Lazy Mountain Bible Church on February 5th, with doors opening at 5 p.m. The featuring guest speaker is Dr. R. Larry Moyer. And ASA presents the first National Cup for 2022 Division II Hockey State Championship, February 3rd through the 5th. Also, February 10th through the 12th is the first National Cup for the 2022 Division I Hockey State Championships. So we got a lot of hockey going on, and if you're in Wasilla those 2 weekends and want to eat fast food, you better get in line early because they always run out. Anyway, is there any questions?
Any questions of the mayor?
Yes, Dee?
It's not a question, it's a comment. Can I say something about the wild game thing? Is that okay for me to say that? About the wild game thing at Lazy Mountain? It's not just food. There also, local businesses have donated some pretty, as I understand it, some pretty awesome items. I'm not sure it's auctioning them off or how it's going to go, but just to show you that the local businesses jumped in and said, yeah, let's do this. So I think that's really going to be exciting.
Well, it'll be a good event. You know, everybody don't know what caribou tastes like, and everybody don't know what moose tastes like and all of this. So if you want to know, I would think that that'd be the place to go. So
Yeah, I'm sure they got good cooks up there.
I'm sure.
I'm sure.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Let the record show that Assemblyperson McKee arrived at 6:05. I don't see any other city people, do you? Okay, do we have a report from the school district? I don't see anybody either, do you? We have a report from the state of Alaska, sir? Todd?
Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the Assembly, Manager Brown. Not too much to report from Juneau yet. I believe it's week 3, and so I'm sure they have great things planned in the next 80 days or so. We'll see what happens. Just wanted to say thank you for the borough. I know that you are working with the governor's office and your representatives, your Valley delegation, as well as Bert Cottle, who's with the governor's staff now on looking at some of the capital projects that the governor put in his budget. And so thank you for working with us and others and other municipalities on how we can move those forward. We're trying to take a different approach in the governor's office with capital projects, and rather than maybe having communities fight over dollars, to get communities to work together on how we can leverage those dollars for the most benefit, rather than competing for them. So I appreciate your participation in that, because it really is a time when Alaska needs to work better together on some of these issues like capital projects. So thank you for that. And I don't know if you have any questions for me, I can take them, but if not, I have some family commitments, so I'm going to be listening to the meeting on the way home. But does anybody have any questions?
Assembly, either online or present, have questions of Todd? Oh, Thank
All
you,
right.
sir. Safe travels.
Yeah, thank you very much. Have a good meeting.
I don't believe there is a report from the Joint Assembly and School Board Committee. We do have a meeting next Monday. And so, Stephanie, unless you do have something that I'm not aware of, ma'am?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Alrighty, so we'll now move on to the manager's comments. Mr. Brown, you have a report for us? Okay.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. On the heels of Mr. Smolden's comments about the governor's GEO bond and some capital that he has proposed in his budget, the state of Alaska has requested a letter of support from the Mat-Su Borough for the governor's proposed GEO bond, which includes $175 million for Connect Arm Port infrastructure, $6.5 million for City of Palmer airport improvements, and $14.1 million for City of Wasilla airport improvements. A draft of the letter that we're considering signing is in your red folder. We wanted to call that to the Assembly's attention. And if there's any objection to the mayor and manager signing the letter, please let us know of any of those concerns tonight. But the mayor and I plan on moving forward with that signature, but wanted to run it by the Assembly at least as a courtesy to allow you to take a look at it before we send anything on down to the governor's office. And we will also be seeking additional letters of support. And I know Mr. Caudle's doing that with the cities and other folks around the valley to drum up support for that so that we can inform the legislature of that as they consider putting that out for voter consideration. Also on the agenda tonight, talked about an annual audit report. The comprehensive annual financial report, or our audit from BDO, was originally scheduled for tonight. However, the documents were not complete, so this is being rescheduled to the March 1st meeting. So we'll still get that done, but it will not be happening tonight. A quick update on assessment notices and the appeal period. Just a reminder, I'm sure you're all aware now that assessment notices are out. The appeal period runs through February 25th. Letters have been sent to the school district and fire and road service area advisory boards with the plan to develop the proposed budget in April. With the dramatic increase in taxable value or appraised or assessed value, it's been very significant this year. So we're looking at a slightly different approach for adjusting mill rates as a starting point for the Assembly. What I'm planning to propose is an increase aligned with the 2021 average annual consumer price index for urban Alaska, which for us would be 4.9%. This will allow us to propose mill rates that offset that increase in assessed value and then would thereby manage the tax burden that residents would actually realize. So when folks get those assessment notices, it's not exactly correct to say my taxes went up, your assessed value went up. The Assembly will determine those mill rates that will ultimately determine the taxes or what those taxes will be for the next year. So I think a 4.9% as a starting point is reasonable. It provides funding to sustain ongoing operations with growing inflation and supports voter approved road infrastructure improvements at this point without taking on any additional debt. I just want to be clear, the borough staff are not developing a budget that's 4.9% higher. We're still generally going status quo. I'm sure there'll be a few additions here and there, and we'll talk about that in April. But what we're really trying to do is build some capacity to have a capital line item for the voter-approved transportation infrastructure improvements so that we can put funding in that project account and move forward without having to sell bonds. Those are my updates for tonight. I'm going to invite MEA up. I'm not sure which of the three of you are actually going to present, so I'll allow you to introduce yourself. But we asked MEA to come in and talk about the Fishhook Road to Pittman Road transmission line and substation siting study. I believe the final opportunity for the study's public comment occurred on January 19th. So we were hoping to get an update for the Assembly and allow Assembly members to ask any questions that you may have. Obviously, that's a pretty significant undertaking and something that's going to be really important to our community. So thank you for being here tonight, Jennifer and Will, I believe. So thanks, and turn it over to you.
All right. Thank you so much for having us tonight. It's nice to be here, not in a time of crisis. And since then, obviously having power, heat, and sleep back is pretty awesome. So speaking of power needs, we've been at hard work over the past year working on this power improvement project study for the Fishhook to Pittman area. And we came, I believe it was at the end of March last year, to introduce this study that we were just starting to get into to the Assembly and the borough. And so now we're kind of at the point at the end of this study and getting ready to prepare our decisional document for the borough. And so we wanted to update the borough on where we're at and kind of how we've arrived at where we are now with this study. So just to kind of recap, or if you didn't memorize this beautiful map we showed you last time. How this study came about was we were working on our 5-10-year plans for power and power needs and assessment, along with looking at data for our new member services that are going in, as well as population growth in our area. As we all know, the Matsu Borough is the fastest and pretty much only growing place in the state right now. And so we are on average adding about 1,200 to 1,400 new services each year over the last few years. And so we looked at on this heat map where those new services were primarily going in the borough, and wanted to look further into those red areas, those hot spots, to see what kind of existing infrastructure is there to support the current power needs of the communities, of the residents, of the businesses that are located in these areas. And so what we found and what we identified was this spot that basically is from the Fishhook all the way over to the Meadow Lakes area, where we have a lot of growth, a lot of power need, but not a lot of power infrastructure, existing power infrastructure to not only support the current power load, but the future projected growth of these areas. And so what we started last January was this study to look at putting in a 20-mile long transmission line that would connect from our O'Neill tap, which is that straight up and down yellow line over on the far right, and then connect into a substation that would support the homes and residences in primarily the Fishhook area. And then that transmission line would connect from that substation and go down into a new substation in Meadow Lakes to support that community and the growing communities there. And then connect down into the corner of our McRae substation. And so we identified this study area to look at how we could build that, where we could put it, and what that route would look like. And so to give you an idea, I like visuals. When we're talking about transmission lines, there's lots of different types of transmission lines. They come in all shapes and sizes, but these are the transmission lines that we're talking about putting in this area. There's some currently along Bogard, Palmer-Wasilla Highway, KGB, but they're 115 kilovolt single circuit or double circuit transmission line, not the huge, massive metal ones that you see like going along the highways down to Seward or anything like that. This is a lot smaller scale than that. And then this is just a photo to illustrate what a typical substation looks like. The thing with substations is that you have to put them in the area of need. So if I'm trying to feed power to the residents of Fishhook, I can't put their substation in Willow. So it has to be close to the source of need as far as the substation goes. And then this is just a timeline to show you kind of the progress of this study over the past year. And so where we started out collecting data, we started out meeting with all of the community councils within the study area and working with them along the way, creating some initial route options, getting feedback, and then creating some, defining down into those route options, and then getting more feedback. And then kind of getting down to our final high-performing route options and substation sites and getting additional feedback. And then we had our third public meeting on January 19th, in which we are accepting public comment to be included in our decisional document through tomorrow. So lots of opportunity for members to be engaged and help and work with us through this process of identifying the best route option. We realize we're not going to make everyone happy, but a lot of work and a lot of research has been done for this. And so Will is going to talk more extensively about, the engineer is going to talk about more in depth of how the criteria was put together, how the data was put together to come up with our two higher performing route options.
Yeah, my name is Will Klatt, and I'm a site engineer with Matanuska Electric Association. And I'm going to go through our routing study process and our results to date. So I'll start out with the citing criteria worksheet used to rate the level of sensitivity of the resources within the study area, such as proximity to homes, airstrips, and agricultural land, et cetera. On the left column is an example of the list of resource categories that we considered in the study. And the column to the right shows the sensitivity of each category to routing a transmission line or siting a substation. For example, an airport, airstrip, airspace obviously is not compatible with the presence of a transmission line. So this category is assigned a sensitivity level of very high. The very high red sensitivity category was also assigned to areas within 50 feet of residential and commercial buildings. And high sensitivity was assigned to airstrips within 60 to 90 feet of the approach surface and areas within 300 feet of buildings. We also assign a moderate high sensitivity, shown in yellow, to agricultural lands, conservation areas, churches, schools, cultural sites, etc. So there are 6 levels that we use to rank the sensitivity for the resource categories. And I just talked through the higher sensitivity levels, but moderate to low were also present, where resource conflicts are less within the study area. We generated maps showing land use, visual, cultural, biological, and geohazard and floodplains, and mapped the sensitivity levels for each of those resources. The individual resource sensitivity maps were then combined into a composite sensitivity map by overlaying all the sensitivity data. So here's a composite sensitivity graphic showing the sensitivity levels for all the resources overlaid onto one map. In addition, we identified opportunities for routing as blue lines on the map. And transmission line routing opportunities included things like roads and existing distribution line corridors. For substation sites, lands that are vacant or industrial with no specific development are good opportunities. Other siting factors included lands that are in close proximity to roads for access and that are outside the 100-year floodplain. As for constraints, the higher the sensitivity level, the higher the constraint. The primary high sensitivity areas, as I said, were airstrips and proximity to residences. Farmland was also a notable moderate high sensitivity further north in the study area. This map shows the location of all the route links that were identified during the study. And the gray links were eliminated during our screening process, and green links were further evaluated. The links labeled with a pink tag were added due to public comments during the first open house in May. It's also notable that the study area increased as a result of public comments during the initial open house. This graphic just shows the progression of individual route links through 4 levels of screening. And then after 2 levels of route link screening, the shown route alternatives were developed, and the key screening criteria included the miles of line, construction cost factors, number of parcels crossed, proximity to residences, airstrips, farmland, parks, churches, and schools, and engineering and constructability. And these routes were presented at the second open house in September. The route alternatives were further screened based on our reasonable order of magnitude cost estimates and engineering and construction issues, right-of-way considerations, permitting schedule and risks, and then landowner and community concerns. So the route alternatives shown here represent the better performing routes. The substation siting comparison focused on the dashed circles on the map, and we identified 5 sites for comparison in the Meadow Lakes target area on the lower left, and 4 sites in the Fishhook target area on the upper right. Landowner notifications are underway for the substation parcels, so they're not shown on the map due to the sensitive nature of those discussions, but they are within the substation target circles and are near the routes shown. So now we'll take a closer look at how the 2 better scoring routes compared. So in the eastern region, we have 2 routes, East C and East E. East C runs along Boyd Road and New Hope Street. East E is along Jensen Road and Falk Road, and then runs north along Palmer Fishhook Road and along New Hope Street. So I'll highlight the areas where significant differences in the evaluation results occurred. Cost-wise, East E is roughly 35% higher than East C as a result of more poles required, and there's existing distribution on the route which would need to be worked hot to prevent outages. A similar number of parcels are crossed, and the number of residents within 75 feet of the route is similar. In terms of new right-of-way clearing, roughly half the amount is required on East C compared to East E, thus posing less potential impact to landowners. And for permitting, about half the duration is expected for East C, which avoids a line that parallels DOT right-of-way. In the central region, between the two substation circles, we have routes Central E, G, and West F to the north. It starts near Wasilla Fishhook and Independence Drive, following section lines through private and agricultural lands to the north, and across undeveloped state and borough lands. This route requires crossing of the Little Sioux River and paralleling DOT right-of-way along Church Road. The second route, Central A and D, begins down Independence Road and then parallels DOT right-of-way on Wasilla Fishhook Road, then cuts over to distribution line easements through two neighborhoods, and then parallels Spruce Avenue. Cost-wise, the northern route is less due to a couple factors. There's lower construction costs due to less hot work required and fewer poles with longer spans between poles. In terms of right-of-way, the biggest difference is the number of parcels and subsequent number of easements required, with approximately 4.5 times more parcel owners on the south route and 41 residents within 75 feet of the center line versus 1 residence within 75 feet on the northern route. The northern route is longer and has more new right-of-way clearing, approximately 8 times more, since it travels through quite a bit of undeveloped state and borough lands. Permitting is likely similar in duration for each, with the north requiring more state land leases and wetland permitting. The southern challenge is paralleling DOT managed roads where little of right-of-way is available to share. And then landowner and community concerns are mixed. There's several comments that focused on new access as both good and bad along easement areas. In the western region, the route alternatives consist of a shared route along undeveloped land, and then West E crosses an active gravel mine, and West A parallels the Parks Highway. Cost-wise, West E is roughly half the total cost of West A, largely due to West A having more existing distribution underbuild and the higher costs associated with hot work. Additionally, there are more poles and angle structures for West A. As for right-of-way, fewer parcels are crossed for West E, but more new right-of-way clearing is required. Permitting-wise, DOT is restricting use of the Parks Highway, so it's likely that we'll need new private easements to make that route work. The number of residents affected is slightly higher on West A, but similar. So that's where we're at with the route comparison. At this point, I'm going to turn it over to Jennifer to talk about our public outreach process and next steps.
So like I mentioned earlier, we started with community council briefings back in January of last year at the very beginning of this study, getting their input. And we also put together a community focus group that was comprised of 14 members, and we had a representative from each community council, as well as like a diverse group of agency representation and government representation. We had Alex Strawn from the Borough participating in that working group. And so we had meetings with our focus group to talk about each phase of this study as it progressed. We had 3 public open house meetings where we could show and share kind of the new developments of the study and get feedback. We had a court reporter there to document that feedback. And then they could also provide audio testimony as well. And then we also sent out mailer announcements, I think 3 times, I believe, to about 8,000 property owners within the study area to let them know and notify them of the events, the public information events that we had, as well as common opportunities. We also had stakeholder briefings with other groups, chambers, Friends of State Parks, Farmland Trust, just a lot of different groups. And so we really wanted this to be a member-led and member-driven study and project ultimately. And I think we've done a pretty thorough job at trying to reach out to as many groups as possible and get the involvement of our members. This is just a list of that community focus group that we had. And so you can see the diverse range of representation that we had with that focus group. And these folks were really helpful in the process to be able to let us know about specific things within their areas, within their smaller sets of community. So obviously not everything's always on a public record in the Mat-Su. And so letting us know about maybe a private airstrip that we didn't see or a farmland that might not be a certified farmland parcel. And so our working group was very helpful in this process of letting us know about things that we weren't maybe necessarily able to obtain through public records or other means. Just kind of a summary of the community engagement. We've received over 400 comments on our study throughout the last year. And like I mentioned, there's about 7,900 landowners within a half mile of the center line of the study area. So we've been sending postcards and mailers out to those folks to let them know how they can give us their feedback and let them know when we'd have public events and information meetings. We had 23 people attend our first open house in May of last year, and then we had 104 people sign in at our second open house in September. And then we had 69 people attend our public hearing that we just had here on January 19th. And we had 16 people provide a verbal testimony at this last public hearing that we had. Something that we want to let folks know is that a lot of the details come out in the design phase of this project. And so while we're doing a study to figure out a route, it's really to figure out a direction. And in the design phase is where we can really get into the details and figuring out what kind of concern mitigation opportunities there might be. And so to kind of give you an idea, the design phase for this project is anticipated to take about 2 to 5 years. But this is where we can look at specific sections of the route and say, hey, could we maybe put the line on the right side instead of the left side and avoid some issue or concern over here? Is there opportunities to use gates or fencing to avoid trespassing issues? There's just a lot of things that we can really get into in the design phase of this project, and hopefully address some of those concerns that were provided in the public comments previously. So kind of the next steps are where we're at. We plan to submit our decisional document to the borough here in the next few weeks. And then the appeals hearing process, we anticipate to be from mid-February to mid-April. And then design and right-of-way acquisition is going to take place over the next 2 to 5 years. And then construction would occur after right-of-way is acquired. So obviously nothing happening construction-wise for many years down the road, but just trying to be proactive now so we don't face some kind of crisis situation and we're trying to fix bigger problems at more expensive prices further on down the road. So we know what we have now, we know what we have power load wise now, and what we need to do to make sure that our members have access to reliable power moving forward. And so we're trying to get this going, and obviously many years ahead and away from any kind of actual construction occurring for this project. Do you guys have any questions for us in the meantime, or anything that we can answer for you while we're here?
Yes. Assemblyperson McKee?
Yeah, I do. And you're talking about this going on a long way, several years. Is there any time that anybody's ever going to start thinking about underground laying the ground, you know?
So that was actually my first thought when
Yeah.
they were told, hey, you're going to go do public outreach for this study was, well, why don't we just put it underneath the ground? Makes total sense, right? But it's specific to transmission. We actually don't have any transmission lines underground. And the reason why is because on average, it costs 6 to 10 times more to do underground transmission. And we don't have anyone that's certified in the state of Alaska to work on underground transmission. So if there was an outage or a fault on that transmission, we would have to call someone from out of state to come and fix it. And so we're talking potential weeks of an outage occurring on that transmission line. The other thing too is if you Google underground transmission and you look at the kinds of trenches they have to dig and the concrete they have to pour, it's pretty impactful to the environment. So while we don't see it above the ground, what you have to do below the ground to install that underground transmission, it's not very pretty at all. So it's definitely something to consider. But as far as distribution, which is lower voltage of line, we're able to put that underground and work and maintain that successfully. But as far as transmission line goes, we don't have any underground transmission currently. And I don't think it's something we're looking at in any time in the near future.
That's unfortunate because it would be a really good idea. I can see the thing about the, maintaining it underground. We don't have the expertise up here, but maybe by the time this thing all gets laid out, maybe we will. Had a couple more questions too.
Sure.
One of them, the gentleman was talking about the West, some area that you referred to as West A, and there were a lot more people in there. And there's something about do you have to negotiate with those folks to see if they want it in there, and if they don't want it in there?
For
then what do
private
you do?
easement, I think is what you're
Yeah,
asking.
what do you do if that?
You want to talk about the private easement process?
Yeah, so we would need to obtain easements for our transmission line, and we're trying to get a 100-foot wide easement. And so DOT has told us that their preference is not to run along the Parks Highway and use the highway easement. And so that route would likely, unless they'd be willing to negotiate in the permitting process, that route would most likely require private easements from landholders along that route.
Why wouldn't
So-
it be a better idea to get it through this, along the highway where who gives a rip? It's already, it's already there and nobody owns that, I guess, except the state. Why would it be, would DOT not give you that rather than?
So DOT is concerned with being able to install lighting, signals, being able to expand the road in the future. And their concern is with having to relocate transmission lines in the future, which is expensive, and it uses their federal funding that could be used for other improvements. So.
And I just have one final one, and I'm not being facetious, but in one of your slides that you showed, you were showing high to moderate sensitivity. Cemeteries, I don't get that. How do cemeteries, why do they have high to moderate sensitivity? It just doesn't seem like anybody there would be complaining very much, but I mean,
Yeah, I guess it depends on each, the values of a community, but we ran it past our focus group and they thought, it was kind of like parks or other areas where you want to maintain some visual distance, I guess.
thank you.
Any other questions from any of the other assembly people, either present or online? Does anybody online have a question? Okay, hearing none then. Mr. Manager, I'll turn it back to you.
Thank you guys very much for
Thank you
coming
so
out
much. We
tonight.
appreciate your time.
That's all I have for this evening, Madam Mayor.
Okay. Is there any questions of the manager's report outside of just this? No? Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, one
Assembly
small
Person,
comment. So earlier, Manager Brown was talking about taxes, property taxes and mill rates and everything. I just want to clear something up. So I've had a lot of people call, well, I'm sure we all have, that I think don't truly understand the process. So they think automatically when the value or the assessment of their home goes up, that their taxes will as well. I'm sure in many communities that holds true. I believe we're going to do our best to bring forth a mill rate that is lower than it has been in the past or could be, so that we could try to, well, I mean, quite frankly, not overtax, right? So the values of everything in the valley have shot through the roof because everybody's trying to move out here from Anchorage. That's the truth. But it doesn't mean that our costs went up the same amount. So everyone that called me was upset with the assessor's office. And I just want to say, I actually think they're doing a great job. All of the stuff that I got, my wife and I went through, all seemed really fair. And so, again, I just want to caution everybody against just flipping out on the assessor's office. I think they're doing a great job, and hopefully through budget season, we will bring forth a very fiscally responsible budget. And so I just wanted to touch on that for anyone that had concerns about that. So, or didn't understand the process totally. So thanks.
Any other assembly person have comment before we move on? Okay, Mr. Attorney, do you have a report for us, sir?
I do. You'll notice again that there's a potential executive session on for redistricting litigation. Once again, I don't think we need one. There's nothing to discuss strategically or tactically in terms of the borough's case. I do want to give you an update. Trial started last week, actually a week and a day ago, the Friday before last Monday. Both the borough manager and the mayor were called in to testify, be cross-examined a week ago Monday. We drove into Anchorage to do that. The order of progression of the cases is that East Anchorage plaintiffs presented first. Then Matsu Valdez were directed to present somewhat together, even though all of our issues are not the same. Callista has just presented their case. And tomorrow Skagway goes. And then after that, the board will have a rebuttal case. And then we'll see if there's any reply to the rebuttal with the case due to end Friday. The Supreme Court has relaxed the deadline for the judge to issue an opinion to February 15th. So I wouldn't expect an opinion before a week from Friday, which would be the 11th, and possibly up to the 15th, which would be the following Tuesday. And that'll be the next regular assembly meeting. We may have an executive session that night, depending on what that opinion says, because we may have to discuss next steps, if any. Just in terms of an update on the case, the Supreme Court has previously decided in a case from the 90s called Hickel that what you're supposed to do is follow the Alaska Constitution first, that is the board, and they're supposed to create 40 districts of roughly proportional population as near as practicable that are compact, contiguous, and socioeconomically integrated. And then after they do that, then they're supposed to analyze that map under the Voting Rights Act and see if any minority voting rights groups are diluted by the map. And if it doesn't withstand the federal Voting Rights Act laws, then the map can be amended only to the degree necessary to comply with those laws. The board has been insistent that they followed that process. However, what the evidence is starting to show, and the evidence has shown, is that when they started the process, they locked in districts that follow ANCSA boundaries. They also locked in Fairbanks, and they locked in some things in Southeast, which means Matsu and kind of Valdez, we got taken up at the end without a lot of consideration. Anyway, that's our position on the case. Obviously, they have a much different position. It is being streamed live on YouTube if you want to watch. The other issue that's come up, as you know, we filed suit because we were paired with Valdez, with a district that departs the Glen Highway, departs the Richardson Highway, and extends this arm over the mountains and only grabs Valdez. The board was arguing that we're socially economically integrated, and one of those reasons is that because Valdez is an incorporated school district and we have an incorporated school district, so we're both kind of concerned about school district funding. Other than that, there was no really good reason why Valdez would be paired with Matsu and not places like Glen Allen because of that. And that Valdez argument then breaks down when you consider the fact that the board chose to remove Cantwell from the combined district because Cantwell is in the Denali Borough. And if you take that school district argument, then Cantwell should not be paired with the large rural remote district. So those were our arguments as we presented them in our complaint. And they seem to be bearing out in court. Ultimately, the judge will have to make the decision. Expect the trial court opinion to be very lengthy, 80 to 120 pages would not surprise me. I'd be surprised if it was less than 50 pages and maybe even 150. So that's where we are in the case. We've been monitoring it. There's a lot more going on than what I just gave you. There's motion practice and fights and discovery and amendments and witness issues, but it's moving forward with a goal towards ending Friday, and that's probably going to happen. So I do want to leave the executive session on for next meeting, just in case we get an opinion that day and we need to talk about next steps. But other than that, if anyone has questions as to any detailed specifics, please give me a call or stop by.
Any questions to the attorney? Okay. What about people online? Okay, all righty. Thank you, sir. Madam Clerk, do you have a report?
Just that the clerk's report with the upcoming meeting schedule and the quasi judicial report is in your red folder.
Okay. And the next item is our citizens and other correspondence. Is there any comments on the citizens and the other correspondence that was presented in the packet? Okay, hearing none, they are presented. Madam Clerk, would you read the IMs into the record?
I will. IM 22016, reporting conclusion of contract for bid number 19113B to Orion Construction Incorporated for the Tequila wastewater treatment plant upgrades Phase 1 project. IM 22027, reporting the conclusion of contract for bid 21141B with Vickling Construction LLC for a final contract amount of $256,388 for the Cloudy Lake Fish Passage Improvements Project.
Are there any comments on the IMs? Okay, hearing none, the IMs are presented. And we do not have any persons to be heard under special orders. The next item is public hearings. The time now for the people to testify on the public hearing, and please keep your testimony at this point on the ordinances that are for public hearing. We will have general audience participation later. So, Madam Clerk, would you go ahead?
Ordinance 22012, an ordinance accepting and appropriating $26,680 from the Alaska State Division of Libraries, Archives, and Museums, Easy American Rescue Plan and Act Grant for Libraries Grant Program to the 5 borough libraries with accompanying resolution 22008, a resolution approving the scope of work and budget for the Alaska State Division of Libraries, Archives, and Museums, Easy American Rescue Plan Act Grant for Libraries Grant Program to 5 borough libraries. If you're on the phone and would like to speak to this, press *3.
Okay. Is there a staff report? Yeah, okay.
Good evening, Eric Phelps, Community Development Director. I didn't have it on, did I? Yeah, basically this ordinance, as was read into the record, appropriates the $26,680 to be spread amongst the 5 borough libraries to deliver online reading and educational programs for the communities we serve. We're talking about things like maybe some webcams, some craft kits, some STEM learning kits, just help the libraries provide better service in the community.
Okay, all righty. I'll go ahead and open the public hearing then on ordinance number 22-012 and resolution 22-008. Is there anyone that would like to address the assembly? And Caleb, do we have anybody online that wants? Okay, all right. If you're online, go ahead, please.
Hello, this is Mike Szymanski. I may have hit the wrong button earlier because I was going to speak on an earlier issue related to the Big Lake Road service area. Is it not appropriate at this time?
Mike, this is Edna. No, it's not.
Okay, I'll hold off until it is. I apologize.
Yeah, audience participation, which is when we're done with the public hearings, which we have a couple more public hearings to do. Okay, and we do have another person, Caleb? Okay. So whoever's online that wants to talk to the assembly regarding ordinance 22-012 22-012.
I'm on the line, but I wanted to talk about the tax increase for homes. So
Okay.
I'll wait also.
Okay, thank you. There, one last chance for anyone present that would like to address the assembly on this ordinance and resolution. Okay, seeing and hearing no one, I will go ahead and close the public hearing. Deputy Mayor?
I move to adopt ordinance 22-012 and resolution 22-008.
Is there any discussion? Assemblyperson McKee, go ahead.
Yeah, this is really minor. Mr. Phillips was talking about a STEM program through the libraries. Is there someone who, because the school where I work, we have a STEM program. Is there somebody that teaches that, or is that online as well? And I guess the other question is, does that go through all the libraries, or do they pick and choose what they want to have?
Through the mayor to Assemblyperson McKee. It's not a STEM program. They're called to-go kits. So they can like do science experiments, for like second, third, fourth grade
Yeah.
kids, just to get them interested in various STEM programs. They're not taught by teachers. It's done by library staff.
Okay, all right. So it's kind of a lead into STEM later on, because for the little ones, when they get a little older, they might kind of be. That's what it sounds like to me.
That's
Yeah.
the hope.
All right, thanks so much.
Any other discussion? Thank you, sir. Okay, hearing no objections, then legislation passes. Madam Clerk?
Ordinance 22013, an ordinance accepting and appropriating $236,810.18 in additional disaster relief funds for the Houston Middle School temporary relocation from damages sustained during the 2018 Cook Inlet earthquake, with accompanying resolution 22-9, a resolution amending the budget for additional disaster relief funds for Houston Middle School temporary relocation from damages sustained in the 2018 Cook Inlet earthquake.
I see we have staff.
Through the mayor to the assembly, Finance Director Cheyenne Heindel. This is an accept and appropriate of $236,810 to cover additional costs that were incurred with relocation of portables after the earthquake. The reason we're coming with another amendment is, as our accountant reviewed the costs that were involved and the costs that have been disallowed, she found some additional costs that she went back to the grant administrator at the state and FEMA, and they reviewed it and awarded us some additional money. And that's what this is doing. It's reimbursing us for some additional costs.
Okay, questions of the staff? No? Okay. I will go ahead and open the public hearing and remind you that if you are testifying, this is on ordinance 22-013 and resolution 22-009. Is there anyone present that would like to address the assembly on either that ordinance or that resolution? Caleb, do we have anybody online that wants to know? Okay. So, Deputy Mayor?
I move to adopt ordinance 22-013 and resolution 22-009.
Is there any discussion? Is there any objection? Hearing no objection, the legislation passes. Now, the next item on our agenda is audience participation. I think she's bringing us a sign-up sheet. This is the time when you can address the assembly on any matter that's on the agenda or any matter that you would like to bring to the attention of the assembly. You'll each be given 3 minutes. We'll go for the people that are here first, and then Caleb, do we have people online? Okay, so then we will call on the people online, and then we'll come back here. So,
Can you remind people online they have to press *3?
okay, and the people online, be sure that you press *3. Okay, the first person I have here is G.J. McBride.
Thank you for turning it
Good
on.
evening.
Good evening.
Mayor, Madam Mayor, Assembly members. I'm DJ McBride, the Chair of Caswell Lakes RSA 15. Our board has concerns about 21-135, time and material contract, which could potentially affect all RSAs. I'd like to point out that the Matsu Borough Road Maintenance and Cost Analysis have offered many reasons as to why a T&M contract wouldn't be economical. RSAs, and most especially our RSA, doesn't have a whole lot of money. And under a T&M contract, one bad year of unseasonable weather would wipe out our monies before winter is over. Plus, we cannot plan for future projects unless we have a firm grasp of what our budget will bear. The current contract allows us to perform financial planning for future projects effectively. Our other concern is that canceling the Big Lake contract, although well within the borough's right, may have unattended adverse effects to our RSA, since we have the same contractor. At the very least, it shows very bad faith to a contractor who has done a very fine job in our RSA. Our other concern is to include the fact that there appears to be no plan to put this in place. Who's to oversee the contract? What is the contract format? How will invoices be verified, and so on? This pilot program doesn't appear to have a well-thought-out foundation of fundamental details to it. Just a vague, let's go do this experiment to it. Our contract system is performing just fine as it is, so please, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Thank you.
Thank you. It's Mr. McBride, sir, but
Maybe Samuel.
Samuel, is it? Sean, okay, sorry. Come forth.
Okay, is it on now? Okay, thank you. My name's Sean McBride, and I'm a resident of Caswell Lakes area up in RSA 15. And I want to speak on the resolution 21-135 about the time and materials contract. A little bit of background. I lived in Eagle River from 1969 until 2016, which has its road maintenance done by a time and materials contract. So I experienced it as a homeowner, as a resident, and then I worked for the municipality of Anchorage Street Maintenance for 30 years. The last 5 years, I supervised the contractor in Eagle River doing the road maintenance there. So I've seen how that contract needs to be maintained and supported in order to work well. And from what I've seen, the borough does not have the structure to support a time and materials contract. One of the main things is that it puts the contractor in direct conflict with the residents as to how their money's being spent. Either they're not doing enough, they're doing too much, they're pocketing too much money, and that puts a contractor in a really hard spot. The other thing is if you ever do get an unscrupulous contractor, you have a financial disaster on your hands. So I would like, before the assembly would approve something like this, to look into the structure and the supervision that's required to actually support it. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. And then Stephen Edwards.
Just turned it off. If you guys just want to leave, turn it on and then leave it there. You're good.
Thank you. Stephen Edwards. I'm the chair of the Big Road Board, RSA Board. And we had a lot of discussions, but now this item has been pulled. So I'll limit it to just saying that, you know, I've been in chair for a long time on this board, and there's just a tremendous wealth of experience and knowledge among the board. And so I'm just asking if things come up in the future that you'd take advantage of the board and, you know, present it to us, let us look at it. And we'll give you some good feedback on that. So appreciate that. And then the other thing I wanted to bring up, if I can squeeze it in here, is I'm also the chair of the Metal X 27 board. So in your packets is the RIP list, of course. And if you could, I just wanted to point out that the list that's 427 Meadow Lakes submitted by Public Works is not exactly the list that we approved unanimously as our board. And so at the back of the packet, you'll see attached to my resolution, it's almost the last page, is the list that we actually approved. The difference between the two is Gunflint Trail. And that road was added by the board, removed by Public Works, and you'll hear the reasons for that. So I won't speak to those, but I want to talk about the reasons why we thought it should be on there. And so I'm asking if you could consider putting that list forward, including Gunflint Trail, because of the following reasons. The main is the community benefit. It's a collector-size road, serves several subdivisions. There's a lot of future potential beyond it. And it's been, and the biggest reason though, there's a lot of cost benefit there. The biggest reason though is the amount of money that's been spent on that. In 2014, I was also on the board, and that road was on this list here. And $150,000 was granted by the state to improve that road. And that money was spent on a full design, which we still have, surveying, right-of-way acquisition, it's all there. And then the road was removed from the list for policy reasons, which you'll hear. But one of the concerns is that it sets a precedent. If it's maintained, then there's a concern that it'll be setting precedent and more roads will be following that. And I'm going to assure you that this is different because of that money that was spent on it already. And so and the community benefit to it. And so I'm asking, especially Ron, if you're on the phone, if you could help us out with this and kind of keep that road in our district, approve that road for the legislation that's approved. So that's, I'm happy to answer any questions about it, but thank you very much. So.
I have a question. Hey, Steve, this is Ron. Can anybody hear me?
Okay.
Mr. Bernier is asking a question.
Yeah, Assemblyperson Bernier, go ahead.
Yes, Steve. Can you tell us the reasons why it got pulled in the first place and give us a little more info?
Okay, so he's going to come back. Sorry, sir. Wait just a minute.
Yeah, thanks, Ron. You'll hear the reasons from Public Works, I'm sure, but they have a policy against upgrading roads that aren't currently on the list for maintenance. And so I think they're worried that that might set a precedent. I sort of don't think that's the case because any new road, any new subdivision that's built has to be served by a fully developed Borough subdivision construction manual road. And so I don't think this is going to set off a whole torrent of new roads being upgraded that aren't maintained. So I'm not really worried about that. Plus the investment that's made in it is so different than any other road that's already, this money is invested and I'd hate to see it wasted. So thank you for asking.
Okay. Yes.
Doesn't King Arthur, the emergency road, access Gunflint?
Did you hear Assemblyperson Bernier? He said, yes, it does.
Okay. Well,
Follow-up questions?
all right. Thank you, Steve.
Okay. Assemblyperson Yount, go ahead.
Wondering if we could get Mr. Dolan's thoughts on this.
The clerk was wondering if we could wait till the RA is exactly in front of us, or would you prefer it now?
I suppose, yeah.
Okay. All right. Now, Nate, we're ready for you. And sorry for your last name. Go ahead.
Oh, that's all right. My name is Nate Sewing. I live in the Big Lake area to give my opinion on the T&M road maintenance. I currently have a business, road building, snow plowing in the area, and it is not the right way to go with the time and material on this. It just gets too messy. You need to have it so everybody knows what they're getting into, how much they're getting paid. That's just my experience, and I've done a lot of it, so that's the way it should work and the way it should stay. Thanks.
Hey, Irene Crawley.
Thank you for this opportunity to speak. I live in Big Lake. I have lived there since 2014 when I married my beloved. I'm speaking in reference to 21-135. The McKenna Brothers contract is working really well. There's no reason to change it. It's affordable for the taxpayers of Big Lake. It is better than a time and materials contract. The Kenai Borough has given an estimate, or not an estimate, but an actual cost. They went to a time and materials and their rate increased 8% on one unit, 6% on another, and 7% on another one. This is not acceptable at all. We shouldn't have an increase. If we make any change, it should be to decrease the costs. Now, why would we do this? Where's the benefit to the taxpayer? Is the benefit for the person who is trying to push it through? That is, I guess, remain to be seen. At least at the last RSA community meeting, there was a resolution, and Mr. Moki or Mr. Tu knew about this. We resolved that a T&M contract is not the way to go, and we do not wish to have it. This is not anything that our community wants. And I'm afraid that Mr. Tu is pursuing something that is just to his benefit and not to the benefit of Big Lake. So why is that? Would you benefit directly or indirectly from it? Is there a reason that perhaps past business would make you want to do that? So I'm telling you, as Big Lake community, we don't want a T&M contract at all, not now and not in the future. Thank you.
Okay, Betty.
Hi, I'm Betty Veers. Nice to see some familiar faces, Lonnie and Nick. I haven't been here for a long time, and Moki. I am here to speak on Resolution 2135, but you have heard and will hear all the intimate details of why and why not. That's not why I want to talk about it. I want to talk about it because it was on the consent agenda. And as a former assembly member, maybe I'm wrong, but I thought that was just for non-controversial items, routine business, accepting appropriations, no biggies. And this resolution is anything but non-controversial. It's my understanding that a petition was submitted to you today with over 250 signatures saying they don't want it. So unless a person is really familiar with the workings of the borough and how to speak and how things work on the consent agenda, and if they're not pulled, you can't talk to them, it's really difficult. So I'm hoping that, this is a procedure that, if used artfully by experienced people, can be used to really put an end run around the public participation. And I think this assembly really wants to work at increasing public participation. At least that's my hope. So that's all I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Andrew Truxell?
Good evening. Came here to talk about the T&M, but I'm not going to necessarily address T&M. I think it'll be well stated, you know, the ideas of why people think it won't work. What I am going to say is that it is broken, you know, so as far as maintaining roads in RSA 21, it is broken. Now, as far as the contractor, they're doing a good job. Okay, so McKenna, no problem. Okay, so what you have, like I spent multiple hours today reading the contract. Okay, so with my basic knowledge of maintaining roads, the contract can be fulfilled on about 20% of our roads, I would think at best. So you have a contract that has a requirement for the contractor to do these things. And then I would say on our roads, the contractor can actually complete that contract due to the condition of the roads on about 20% of it. So my question at this point is, are we paying for this level of road maintenance and the contractor can only complete this? I'm not saying that the contractor is not completing the work that can be done. I'm asking, are we paying for it? You know, it's a bid contract. It says that this will be done on these roads. So I guess that's the question I have, which I haven't had the time to ask the proper people to answer that, which I will. But so if you have 20, I would say only 20% of our roads will meet any type of borough standard. I live on one of these roads, impassable. You know, does any of you walk home? You know, I've walked home 3 miles more than once. I don't think that's acceptable on a borough maintained road in any way, shape, or form. I see this can getting kicked down the road over decades. So I attend the RSA board meetings, and this can is continually kicked down the road. Now, since Borough Manager Brown has come in, I don't get it seen kicked. Okay. But I guess I want to address the assembly that in my 10 years of focusing on the RSA board, focusing on public works, focusing on whether it was Dan Mayfield or Moki 2, that was our assembly member, what I've always come down to was money. It seemed to me that we had somebody that could fix the road. We had somebody that could supervise the road being fixed, and we had everything but money. So that's where I'm at with it. Make sense? Thank you.
Yeah.
Sorry, I didn't get your name.
Oh, Andrew Traxler.
Andrew, okay, thank you very much. So you're saying that under what we're currently doing, that a contractor really can only fix 20%? Maybe I didn't understand what you said.
Okay, so if you have a road that is of a borough standard,
Mm-hmm.
that means that the road is crowned, the road has a ditch, has a slope to the ditch,
Mm-hmm.
okay, and they do things, let's do an example of grading in the summertime.
Yeah, okay.
So you grade the road without putting dirt in the ditch. If there is dirt in the ditch, you pull up the good material and put it back in the road, and you crown the road.
Mhm.
So you can drive through Big Lake, and most roads do not have a ditch.
Okay.
Or most roads are not crowned, or there is no slope to the ditch. So like my road that I live on, which is the worst road in the RSA, you have dirt piles this high on the sides of the road that's sod and stumps, and you can't get rid of the snow. And so the road is essentially you ever seen a river that dried out?
Hmm.
So that's what our road is in the summer. And then in the spring and fall, when we get high rains or the snow melts, the water all goes into the road and then it becomes a river.
Hmm.
And so then, like me, I buy logs. I go up in the woods all the time. I've never been stuck. I've been stuck in the middle of my borough maintained road and didn't make it home because of this condition. Now, with Mr. Brown being in here last spring, there was a decision made to run a snow blower on the road. So they took all the snow that's up on the sides of the road that normally melts and runs in the road. They brought it down with graders. They put it in the road, and then they blew it off with this massive snow blower.
Mm-hmm.
So this is the first year since I've lived there in 10 years that they didn't put mud mats on the road. Okay. Mud mats come up from a different funding from RSA. My estimation is that they spend anywhere from $6,000 to $12,000 on these mud mats. Okay. To run the snow blower on the road cost about $3,000 to $4,000, if I remember correctly from what I seen. So he saved money, or Public Works, with the decision to blow the snow off the road. So over the 10 years that I've lived there, let's say that they've put $6,000 a year into mud mats. That's $60,000. And the 10 years that I've lived there, I would estimate that they've put about $40,000 into the road. You see what I mean?
Yeah, I do.
So it's like there is something broke, okay, with the fact that our roads are not maintainable by the contractor. We have a contract written to maintain those roads to this level, which the road isn't in any condition that you can even maintain that level.
I'm thinking too, so if you're talking about time and materials versus the fixed price thing, where are you falling with what
For
you're
time
talking?
and materials,
Uh-huh.
my answer is that this assembly and the mayor, they put people on RSA boards.
Mhm.
These people are competent, members of the community. They care about what they're doing. They're supposed to be intelligent. So you have primaries from all 16 boards, okay? All 16 of those members come together. All 16 of those members have said that time and material can't work.
Okay.
That was that guy. He told you that.
Yeah.
Okay? It's very unusual to get 16 people to unanimously agree on something. Okay, so either we don't have enough information yet on the idea of the time and materials, or a hybrid of time and materials in the contract, that they can't foresee how it would work, to have the staff to even regulate a time and materials contract is exponential. Just the things that I've looked at on it, I was going to speak against T&M tonight, but I read the contract and I'm like, well, why do we even have this contract? We can't even maintain the roads to that level.
Why do you even have the contract that you already have in place? Is that what you're
Yeah,
saying?
I think it's like a generic contract that they use for most RSAs.
Uh-huh.
So why do you have a contract and all these rules for this contract? But most of the roads, I'd say probably 20% of the roads in Big Lake would be able to be maintained to that contract level. You understand what I'm saying?
I absolutely do. I was just kind of thinking, if it doesn't, you're kind of going with the 16 supervisors and saying they all unanimously agreed that the T&M would not work.
I'm just assuming that everybody up here already knows that, and I
Yeah.
don't need to waste my time telling you that.
No, I
is what I'm-
I understand what you were saying, but it wasn't
Yeah.
coming clear to me when so you're talking more about contractual language for the
Yeah,
existing
I
contract.
spoke about the elephant in the room. We're talking about T&M, the elephant in the room is we got roads you can't maintain. You got a contract that's telling the contractor to do it. Contractor's getting paid to do it. It ain't happening.
Got it.
Something's broke,
Got it. Thanks.
You understand what
I
I'm
do.
saying? Okay, thank you.
Dan Mayfield?
It's on Dan.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and Assembly. Good to see you all again. I came to first talk about the T&M piece, and really is not a whole lot of discussion there, I don't think. The RSA board has rejected the idea. The community council has rejected the idea, and the big RSA board has rejected the idea. And most of the citizens in Big Lake who have even heard about this have flooded Facebook and talked about this in their neighborhood settings and completely reject the idea. And I have to wonder why Mr. Toohey even wants to push it forward at this point in time. The other topic that I really needed to talk about was there's a nominee for RSA 21 board in your vacancy report packet this evening. And I want to encourage you to remove that particular individual. Some of you assembly members may feel that it's inappropriate to remove a nominee from another assembly member's district. And generally, I would agree with that. However, there are instances where the public would not be properly served, and public process would be dramatically harmed if we put a person in a post where they lack the skills to properly communicate, and they're argumentative and yelling and that kind of thing. And unfortunately, That nominee has consistently proven that over his 12 or 13 years in the Big Lake community. He was once a member of, actually several times, a member of Big Lake Trails, which I used to run. I no longer run it. But he was a member there, and he was so disruptive to our membership that we had to expel him from the organization. And he also forced 3 of my board members to actually resign because they were afraid for their safety and afraid for their families. So that spoke volumes to me. I know that he was also on the Iron Dog board for a short period of time and on the AMMC board for a short period of time. And I'm talking very short. Basically, he could not perform in those boards and was relieved of those duties also. So I think it's important for you to look at this particular nominee and pull him for discussion if you like, or simply remove him from the mayoral's approval list, vacancy report. And we do have a couple other folks who have applied for that position. One was Mr. Trexler, and the other was Mike Kangas. Thank you very much. Hope you have a great evening.
Thank you. Mike Shields.
It was on Mike.
Yeah, you turned it off.
Now is it on? Hot damn. Techie, I'm not. A little bit of background about me. I'm the RSA primary supervisor in the Greater Butte. I also have roughly 26 years of managing road systems in national parks, road systems among all the facilities. And it strikes me that we're not talking truly about contracting the way we should be. I would also encourage this assembly, next time something like this comes up, reach out to the advisory boards. The big board is one, but individual RSA boards, particularly ones that are being affected by proposed legislation, and before you really get to the stage of either an action item or more particularly a consent agenda item, find out what those people think and what they can give you. That's the whole reason these boards exist, is advisory to this group. So make use of us. This test contract has the stated potential to affect every RSA in the borough, not just Big Lake. To me, that would make it an action item, not a consent agenda item, because of its potential impact on every RSA in the borough, depending on what you decide after the test is run. My first point. Another point, no reference is made to the increase in work monitoring intensity necessary for a T&M contract. And T&M contracts are notorious for this by a class. I see no guarantee that the borough will actually fund, even temporarily, the 3 to 4 road superintendents necessary in Big Lake to run this test contract. Keep track of it. So without that, I would question the validity of any subsequent cost analysis comparing the 2 contract types, the service contract you've got now versus a T&M contract. If you're not inspecting that T&M contract to guarantee that you're getting the quality and quantity that you're supposed to be putting on that road, I don't know how you make a good cost comparison. Also, there is no emergency here. So why are we about to stick a good performing contractor in the eye with a sharp stick by chopping them off in the middle of an ongoing contract? The world's not going to end if we let that 5-year contract run its course and then do a test if we wish to. But I don't see why we're having to interrupt the contract in the middle of its term. One other thing that I want to add to the last speaker, or the one before Dan Mayfield, why are our roads not up to borough standard? A lot of us were around when we still got state money per mile. And so what did we do? We said, I've got a road over here and we maintain it. And I can get state money for that road. Some of those roads were ATV tracks. So we're still trying to dig our way out of a hole we made for ourselves. Thank you.
Bill Heller.
Hello, my name is Bill Haller, and I'm the primary in RSA 21. I'm not going to rehash the resolution. We actually submitted a resolution to you saying that we are opposed to this IM 135 or the time and materials resolution. And what we asked the borough to do in our resolution is we have 2 years roughly before our contract is up with the contractor we have right now. We said, let's take this 2 years. Let's look at the contract, see what things need to be changed in the contract, look and see whether a hybrid of our contract with some time and materials features might work, or whether a time and materials contract would work. But why are we in a rush to do it in July? I think we have 2 years to do a good task force and figure out what would benefit all of us the best. There's a lot of language in our contract that does not apply to our area. As Andrew kind of mentioned, we have 80% roads that are not borough standard. 80% of our roads are substandard. That brings me to another point. I saw an email that the manager has requested that we lower our RSA funding this year. We are desperate for funds to fix our roads. Cutting anything out of our RSA budget is not even thinkable. We have millions of dollars of road projects we need to do in our RSA, and we're lucky to gather up $500,000 or $600,000 a year as it is. So how are we going to address all these 80% substandard roads if we start cutting our RSA budgets? That's not the right way to go. We have a lot of work that needs to be done, and as long as we're frugal with our money, we can get projects done every year. Thank you very much.
Terry Gerlich?
Good evening, Madam Mayor, Assembly officials, borough staff, and Matsu residents. My name is Terry Gorlick, and I've lived in Big Lake since 2017 when I changed my permanent residency to Big Lake District 5, RSA 21. I live here full-time, winter and summer. I help out as the vice president on the Big Lake Community Council. I originally was going to speak in regards to the 2 items that were pulled this evening. And the only thing, I don't have the right word for it, but if gerrymandering was the right word for what's going on, our assemblyman's doing in our district, that would be it. I was given an option 2 by a group who asked me to get involved. If he did pull it, what to read. So I'll go to that. So now I'm no longer playing vice president of the community council. I'm going to speak as Terry Gorlick, the resident. So now as Terry Gorlick, the resident, I'm here as a speaker representative of a group of folks in District 5 to let the assembly know there are plans and to expect in the next 7 to 10 days under Borough Code Section 29.26330, form a recall ballot, which is in the works. In that, under Section 29.26260, there are currently 10 municipal voters sponsoring the petition to recall and remove Assemblyman 2 from the seat he has, and the reasons will be detailed in the petition. And this no way should be considered a black mark on the borough or the sitting assembly members other than Assemblyman 2. His actions and behavior has pretty much forced this, even what he's doing tonight, pulling it and causing everybody to come back. All folks here have seen the lawsuits that were sent to, or at least letters that were sent to the borough assembly members and staff in regards to the McKenna Brothers contract. I originally didn't have an issue. I personally donated $500 to Assemblyman 2's campaign. I voted for him only to find out I had made a terrible mistake. His integrity, what's going on out in Big Lake, causing all the distress out there is quite unsettling. So the only way that I can seem to fix my mistake is to help these folks out and act as their speaker in regards to that. So I want to thank you, and if you have any questions about any aspect, I've spent a lot of time doing research and trying to help out to make sure things get fixed in Big Lake the best we can. And now, unfortunately, based on what's happened tonight and what seems to be continuing to happen is replacing our assemblyman, which, you know, is the worst of worsts.
Okay, thank you. Yeah. Yes, Assemblyperson Young.
In all of that research, have you taken any time to look at the city of Wasillas or all of the time and material contracts in the municipality of Anchorage that seem to be working really well?
Well, they're a little bit different how they operate in time materials contracts.
Of course.
So I am familiar with the municipality of Anchorage. I spoke to the municipality of Anchorage individuals, not the individuals that have those contracts. And I am familiar with them. I spoke with the folks in Kenai. So I think I'm pretty versed in time material contracts and where they seem to go right and go wrong. And it's, you know, for a project, it's great.
So do you, if this moves forward, do you have a list of reasons or a list of items that don't work well with it? What I want to know is there going to be any productive conversation tonight on how this could work? Because I don't know that it's even going to pass or if it will go that direction, but it clearly works well in other areas. And I talked to many people on the phone this week, and there was two types of people that called. There were the kind that were totally against it, but didn't really have any sort of productive conversation to add to it, right? And then there were people that just had questions. We use this in the city of Wasilla, which is my district, and it's used in multiple areas at Anchorage, mainly outside of the core, which you guys are. I'm shocked to hear that 80% of your guys' roads are substandard. I've heard more people complain about the roads in Big Lake since I was elected than every other district combined. And now I understand why. And I'm sympathetic to you guys. I really am. I'm sorry that you're in that position, but I want to know I've never seen a single process fixed in my entire life by sticking with status quo.
Right, time materials. Excuse me.
So all I'm saying is I hope that,
Point of order, Madam Mayor.
you know,
Okay, yeah,
Time materials.
okay, go ahead with your point of order.
Yeah, have we changed our policy about asking questions during audience participation, or what's going on here tonight?
I don't know, Madam Clerk, what is the policy regarding asking questions from the assembly to the people testifying under audience participation?
Generally, in the past, the mayor has not allowed it. We do not have a written policy.
You don't have a written policy, okay. Okay,
But I will answer your question. Time materials for specialty jobs works. It works great. And anyway, McKenna's who are doing the job out there now aren't really wasting time. They're busy all the time spending money on parts and going at the roads and doing all that has to be done. So I don't think that's the issue. But I think under specialty issues, for example, sometimes where we want to fix a road that's maybe impassable, possibly T&M might work on that.
I agree with you. I've actually heard that they're doing a great job. So from a lot of people, and I'll say that again, I've heard they're doing an amazing job out there from a lot of people, but I was speaking in particular, and I'll stop now so we can talk about this later, but I was speaking in particular to the actual maintenance portion from the city of Wasilla and other areas in the municipality, not to improvements, but actual maintenance. So, because there are other areas using this system and using it very well, but
I'd be happy to talk to you offline about it. I'd be happy to.
Thank you,
Or
sir.
anybody about any aspect of this.
Okay,
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mayor.
John Sinclair? Yeah, Assemblyperson McKee?
And I'm a newbie, so I don't know how all this works either. And I was thinking, didn't think we would be talking about that unless we pulled it from the consent agenda. But it seems like we're hot and heavy in the middle of it, and I'm not sure where we're going with this.
Well, it will be, we pulled it from the consent agenda, so now it will show up in another part of our agenda for the assembly to discuss.
So we actually have pulled it. Who pulled it?
The sponsor of the
Oh, I didn't know
legislation.
that. Okay, so that's why we're talking about this.
Yeah,
Now
but it will be discussed along this table later in the meeting, but not with audience participation.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, you might have missed that at the very beginning.
Yes, I see that, but I didn't know it had been pulled. I didn't know it had been pulled from the consent agenda. I didn't know that.
Okay. John Sinclair? Okay. Peter? Yeah, okay, thank you. Mhm.
Good evening.
Good evening.
This is the second time I've testified in front of the assembly, and I just want to say you guys run a great meeting. It's really informative, and I appreciate every one of you. I think everybody has expressed a lot of good viewpoints here. If the sole purpose or the main purpose is to cut costs on this, I spent time looking at the contract, which, well, not the body of the contract, because that's the legalese, but the SPs. So there's 17 pages of special provisions that are the criteria for the contractor to perform. And the gentleman that spoke pretty eloquently about things not matching up or the contractor having to do work that he couldn't do, it's very true about those 17 pages. There's items in there that could be modified or eliminated based on the type of roads that are out there. Also, if you want competition, you know, in the bidding process, I mean, it could be a time and material or it could be a fixed price, but you want competition, right? Because if you have one contractor that's capable, you want to be able to bring in other contractors that are capable too. So if you have 100 miles of road like in Big Lake, and you've got one contractor that has to dedicate 4 graders because he has to have 25, he has to have a grader for each 25 miles of road. So, you know, you're setting aside specific equipment, quantities of equipment, and it's set aside specifically for that. It has to be available at any time. On T&M, you may even run into problems of, is that equipment set aside for that, or is it off on other jobs? I guess the last thing is, and I'm sorry if I'm bouncing around here, I'm a little nervous, but if you have a T&M contract, I don't think you want to vote or push this proposal forward until you have the criteria of that T&M. You can't make a comparison. I think everybody else has covered every other point, but you want to make sure that you have all the criteria, just like you have the 17 pages of the SP. You want to make sure that the T&M has, you know, something to compare to. So, but you can certainly downsize some of the criteria in that or modify it. I think it's the norm. I've contracted for 40 years and I've managed contracts for 25 of it, and some of them T&M. And the problem that you end up getting into is that if a contractor feels when they're bidding the project that they're at risk that you have to perform everything that's in that 17 pages, they're going to account for it in their dollars. So if you can take a look at that, you might find some areas you can reduce the scope. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Mike Alexander?
Madam Mayor,
Yes? Assemblyperson?
I have a question.
Yes.
And I'm sorry for not bringing this up earlier, but folks have mentioned the item got pulled, and there's an amendment that I guess might be put forward that we've seen, and one question I guess I have for speakers is whether they have had a chance to see that. That would send this out to kind of a task force. So I'm sorry for not mentioning it earlier for the earlier testifiers, but that's input that would be helpful for me moving forward tonight.
I don't know. Yeah, we have people, you know, that come in and out, so it was pulled at the very beginning in the meeting, so some people may not know that, but I think, in my opinion, if people come, whether the item's been pulled or not, that we still need to give them a place to be able to talk to the assembly. Mike, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you all for listening for us. The thing of it is with this, I've never, this looks great, but there's no plan to it. That's the part that's really got me. I don't know how you plan on pulling this off, but I believe waiting 2 years, from what I understand, the contracts are basically kind of like most counties, I mean, they're cookie cutter and that's kind of fine, but I think you should write them for each district. And we do, as a road service area, have more roads that aren't really set there and based up like they should be. I'm happy, very happy with McKenna Brothers. They've done a good job. I don't see pulling their contract in the middle of it, but I think we should start studying how we're going to do it. And money is a problem, but some of those roads, you're actually going to have to go back and build a base there. They don't have a base to them, so they fall out every year. Springtime when there's a lot of water. So we do have a lot of work to do out there. And that's, a lot of folks have bought out there in the summertime. It looked great. That was one of the things I did when I bought my lot there in Big Lake. I knew about it, so I thought it's got to have a good road, which mine does. I'm lucky. But, still in all, just to pull this in the middle of it doesn't make a whole lot of sense. When we can study it, get some hybrids, you might have some time and material stuff, make sure that it applies to that area. I think that'd be real good. And similar to Ron, I looked at my tax assessment tonight and I thought maybe you're going to pave all the roads in Big Lake with that. It kind of scared me, but we'll let that go. I thought, wow, we're getting our roads fixed. But anyway, that's where I'm at right now. I think wait off on it and let the current contract run out. Do a lot of study and look at this because you might be able to do it borough-wide to where it makes a lot more sense what we're doing with the roads, and we are going to have a lot more growth in the next few years. We're, like I said, the only one growing, and I'm sure there's going to be areas that have no houses on them now that will have plenty of them. So something we should look at. Thank you.
Thanks, Mike.
May I ask a question of this gentleman?
What are we?
Is this the time to or not to? I don't know.
I think what I'm going to do is on my part, at the very end of the meeting, I'm going to ask if we want to set a policy that we're consistent with, because I know I've sat out there and this assembly, prior to my time being mayor, the assembly asked all kinds of questions that people come up. But now there's a question about whether we should do it tonight. So we need to set something. But go ahead.
Oh, so go ahead. I think I forgot what I was going to ask after that. Hold on. That scared me.
I confused you, did I? Sorry.
Well, what I was thinking, you were talking about letting the contract run out, and the whole idea here is a pilot program. Why couldn't the current contractor do kind of like keep track of time and materials and kind of like have that be the pilot program while the contract is running? Is that feasible?
It could be. I'm not really an expert at it, but I know that they've got a contract. My road gets plowed when it needs it, gets covered. I'm happy. And if they want to study this and really look at it in more depth, I think is what has to happen. The contractor himself, they've done time and material, I'm sure. And I think they had one in Eagle River for sure.
Mm-hmm.
But that's my whole point. It'd be okay, but I'm just looking at why don't we look at this and really study it for the next 3 years and see what happens. You could have them do a little pilot program just to see what their time and material would be.
Yeah,
But I think a lot of it's just got to do with contract language. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We will go now, Caleb, we have some people online, do we? We have 10? Okay, great. All right, let's go.
Hello, my name is Dave Musgrave. I'm here representing a petition that I help the residents of RSA 21 with, the group that we called Hands Off Our RSA. This was a pop-up group, and I'm addressing RS 21-135. We are opposed to it. This was a pop-up group that came to me and asked me to help them with a petition online. This began Sunday, and you have this petition in your package. This petition began on Sunday, and since that time, up to about 2 o'clock today, 329 people from the Mat-Su have signed the petition. These are people from the Mat-Su, all zip codes are from Mat-Su, and 169 are from zip codes in Big Lake. They are all opposed to this resolution. And I'll just read some of the things they say here, and I encourage you to read some of their comments, but I'll start with what the petition says. I strongly object to passage of RS 21-135. First and foremost, we are concerned that there is no basis for ending the current system 2 years before the contract ends. The borough's own study last fall determined it would be more expensive to implement a time and materials contract system, which does not incentivize cost control or labor efficiency like the current cost per mile system does. Secondarily, we are concerned about the appearance of impropriety and conflict of interest in this proposal by an assembly member who formerly held borough road contracts. Assembly member 2 essentially sprung this on residents without their consent or input, and he continued to promote it even after hearing objections from the residents, the community council, and road service area board. I'm glad that he pulled it off the consent agenda. There was big concerns about that. Furthermore, there's legitimate concern that 2 has misused his position in service of his personal agenda. This is not how good, responsive, people-first government should work. We urge you to reconsider this proposal. I'll just read some of the comments that people put, and this is in your package. Here's one comment. The proposal, this is from a Big Lake resident. The proposal to change the RSA to a time and materials contract is placing the area residents at risk with inadequate service and excessive costs. This proposal is being championed without regard to the residents' overwhelming disapproval. Here's another comment. The roads are currently being maintained better than ever. Please leave the system in place so this area does not return to poorly maintained roads as it was years ago. Since McKenna has taken over road maintenance, we have enjoyed excellent service. I'd say we have 100 comments here. Half of them address the time and materials and the cost of that and implement it and the fact that they're happy. The other half are concerned with Mr. 2's improprieties. Was that a bell? Did I hear a bell?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, well, thank you for your time.
Thank you. Caleb, the next person, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. It's been a long time. This is Mike Szymanski, former Massachusetts Senator from many years ago. Been a long time. It's spelling on Szymanski is S-Z-Y-M-A-N-S-K-I for the record. I first came to Big Lake back in '58, and I have to tell you, I'm adamantly opposed to RS 2135 that would establish this time and materials contract system. And it seems hard for me to believe that a pilot program would want to be cranked up in an area where we have great service today. I've spoken to Mr. 2 and respectfully disagree with his proposed time and materials and RSA contract system for the Big Lake area, where I own 7 lots that would be impacted by it, both from taxing purposes. And it just seems to me not responsible. But simply put, the proposal is ill-conceived, ill-advised, unwarranted, and it truly is detrimental to the community I live in. Time and materials contracts are purely and simple a way that many times you see run-ups on costs and administrative costs associated with them that were not a burden, which are not really a burden today. So I must ask you, why would we want to change when we have the best road services we've ever received for many, many years? I'm not a big champion. I don't know. I'm not associated with McKenna Brothers and Mr. 2, anybody else. But simply put, if it's not broken, why do we need to fix it? So that's mine, simple. And I associate my remarks with many of the others who've spoken earlier tonight. And I guess nobody can ask me any questions. I guess that's a good side of it, huh?
I think that's it. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you.
Hey, Caleb, the next person, please.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Yeah, hi, good evening. My name is Mark Masteller. That's Masteller. And I think maybe after what I've heard for an hour and a half, I should just say, and now for something completely different. I just want to speak to a couple things, or well, one that's coming up. I'm really glad to see the property assessed clean energy legislation moving forward with you folks, and it's on the deck for 2 weeks from tonight. This is the kind of program that provides a great mechanism to help business owners finance measures that reduce their energy costs. And I think it's a really great way to support local businesses and also to attract new businesses to our area to help diversify our economic base. So I urge you to support the property assessed clean energy legislation for business owners coming up. Second thing, since I'm on, I understand that the Borough landfill would like to have an exemption from a permitting process for gravel. And I want to speak against that because I don't think the Borough should have any different process than anybody else out there. So I want to speak against the Borough having some sort of an exemption for the gravel permit. And thanks for listening and have a good evening.
Thank you. Next person, please.
Madam Mayor, members of the Assembly, my name is Tom Brewer, B-R-E-W-E-R, calling in regarding RS 22-013, the proposal for the Lynx Lake Road railroad crossing. And while obviously nowhere near as exciting as the Big Lake Road Service area, I do just want to put in a plug for that, for your approval of that resolution. Being a homeowner who lives down that road, I am aware of at least one incident a year or so ago with a pickup truck that slid down into the tracks as the train was coming. And luckily no one was injured and minor damage, but just because of the slope of the road there and the way the terrain is, which would be corrected by the project to open sight lines and to level out that area, would be a much safer crossing for a road that's being used more and more as more properties are sold back there by the state and more people are building. So I just wanted to put in a plug for that one. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next person, please.
Hi, my name is Carol Eubanks. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Oh, thank you. And thank you for letting me talk. I called a lot of people in the last 2 days, and I know that I talked to you and several other people. My concern is, and I know it's not on the agenda, but I hope to hear it be on the agenda soon, is how the property tax went up so much. My problem and my worry is that we have senior citizens who are worried about how last month they didn't have a tax bill or worry about a tax bill, and this month they do. And I think there was so many people shocked about the cost of how much they went up, and so that could be discussed too. And in talking to a lot of people, I was told that, you know, the mill rate might go down a little bit, but the amount that seniors are exempt isn't going to go up to $250,000 or get raised, because then they might have to sell bonds in April. And I was like, I'm not sure what that is all about, but I would like it to just come up on the board so it can be discussed more, so that our seniors can be protected more, and so that, you know, people don't lose houses. Because this is a bubble right now where everything is going up, and if you've got a dime, somebody wants it. And, you know, at some point we're all going to fall down because we can't keep up just paying and paying and paying. And when you're a senior and you only have so much money, you only have so much money. Thank you for listening, and hopefully this can get discussed more and come to a good conclusion.
Thank you. Next person, please.
My turn.
I'm not sure what that is all about, but
This is Dan Tucker, Tucker. I'm a borough resident in Wasilla and have been for 45 years. Madam Mayor, Assembly members, I'm going to speak less on the T&M component and more about the process used to get us to this point. During my time in Wasilla, I've been elected in the old days or appointed to a number of boards within Mat-Su. Late 70s, early 80s, I was elected to the Wasilla Fire Department FSA #1 Board of Supervisors. Early 80s elected to the Midway RSA 9 Board of Supervisors. Late 90s through 2020, Central Mat-Su Fire Service Area 130 Board of Supervisors. Early double aughts to present Midway RSA 9 BOS. By the way, these recent ones were not appointed, elected, they were appointed because of a change in code. 2019 to present, I have been a member of the Waste and Septage Advisory Board. That's over 45 years of time and effort contributed towards assisting our borough to be the best it could. I've been proud to lend my experience, knowledge, expertise, and time for free to help with broadening the knowledge base and expertise to find the safest, most economical, and best ways to provide services to our citizens in many areas by being an advice resource for you and the rest of the administration. As a primary member of Midway RSA number 9 board for about 10 years, I've had 3 alternate members, all of whom dropped out as soon as they discovered how completely empty our participation and the results were. I now finally have a second member and can call myself a formal board again. Twice within this time, I've reached a point of frustration with the process or some of the results that had me writing a letter of resignation solely because we, collectively, members of the boards, were either left completely out of the loop, not even consulted for input, or ignored and overturned by sometimes a single assembly member's agenda. Note that this agenda in each case was contrary to the combined advice of sometimes dozens of experts' input and contrary to years of evolutionary development and planning. Both of these times have been within the past 2 years, and both have been precipitated by the helter-skelter, go, stop, go, hit and miss, counter to all input or without even consulting or acknowledging any board input of one's assembly member. Unfortunately, he has also swayed others to support his ill-conceived and contrary to the borough residents' best interests. But that doesn't make the acts and actions right. Recently adopted and recently proposed wholesale changes to the long-term plans and procedures of the borough, developed without or against the advice, input, or concurrence of the RSAs, in fact, in spite of the individual RSA and LRSA-AB boards' information and positions, and without, my time's up. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you. Next person, please.
Yes, my name is Timothy, and my last name is Baumgardner, Baumgardner. I live on West Little Beaver Lake Access Road in Big Lake, Alaska. And this is a public access road. It's West Little Beaver Lake Access Road to this lake, West Little Beaver Lake. It's in Precinct 8-155. It's West Lakes FSA. That's the best I can address where it is. So this is a public access road to the lake, and people are told to go fishing there. Yet the borough doesn't do any maintenance to this road. It's become an undue burden for this 100% disabled veteran to maintain the road myself. I mean, I put in 4 trucks of D1 on it and had it graded. In fact, even Mulkey's company, I paid him to have some guy who didn't have a license, I guess, after I found out, to come out and grade the road. All I know is we get drug use down here with needles and people having sex down by the lake, garbage everywhere. This is a mess. We have no signage. It's a public access. I'm paying so people can come down here and do this. I'm paying to maintain the road. So if there's a way to make an amendment to one of these road issues that we're addressing, I would hope somebody might amend the fact that if the borough is going to promote public access and designate a road, a public access to a lake, it becomes an undue burden on the people who live here in this road year round, which is just us, me and my wife, to maintain it so the public can get to the lake, and so that so that we can get home. And I hope for some help from somebody. Thank you.
Thank you. Next person, please.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Greeting, Assembly members, staff, and elected officials. My name is James McDonough, McDonough, and my wife and I have owned our 80-acre farmstead on the Little Sioux for over 20 years. And I'm here today to express my support for the MEA's proposed central route transmission line option that follows the Wasilla-Fisher corridor. The borough certainly needs this additional capacity and redundancy to meet our growing needs, and the central route best adheres to MEA's own guidelines to follow existing corridors whenever possible, maintain existing rights of way, and minimize the creation of new rights of way and access points. In contrast, I'm opposed to MEA's other route, the northern route, for 5 key reasons, including number 1, the northern route length. The northern route creates 11.6 new miles of right-of-way to be cleared and maintained through wilderness, wetlands, and farmland, whereas the Wasilla-Fisher route only requires 1.4 miles of new right-of-way. Item number 2, the northern route is a threat to salmon habitat. The northern route crosses through critical spawning salmon habitat, and there are 2 100-foot wide crossings of the Little Susitna River and 10 additional stream crossings of smaller anadromous salmon streams. Opening this area up to public access will create uncontrollable ATV and ORV access that will lead to permanent disruption of these critical fish and wildlife ecosystems, especially at a time when valley salmon counts continue to spiral downward. Item number 3, the northern route will have difficulty in permitting. The route travels through a FEMA-designated floodplain and numerous wetlands. Agency approvals will be required by multiple state and federal agencies. Item number 4, the lack of access to the northern route. This increases MEA's outage response time, especially during a high wind event, and increases firefighting challenges. It also opens the area for crime, trespassing, vandalism, dumping, and salmon poaching, while limiting adequate oversight for law enforcement. Finally, the Alaska Department of Fish and Game and the Mat-Su Borough Planning Division have both published agency review responses that are very critical of the northern route and support the Wasilla-Fisher route. I have those documents for anyone who wants them. Additionally, the many comments and testimony provided by the public has been strongly in opposition to this northern route. In fact, 15 of the 16 people who gave public testimony on January 19th were vocally opposed to the northern route. In closing, I ask the borough to consider these facts, listen to the citizens, and endorse the central Wasilla-Fisher route as the best option. This route is less intrusive, more accessible, and is much less threatening to farmlands, wetlands, and critical salmon spawning habitat. It's our duty as Alaskans to reasonably protect our natural resources for future generations. Thank you.
Next person, please.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello?
Yes. Oh, my mic's off. No wonder she couldn't hear me. Yes, sorry, my mic was off. Go ahead.
Good. My name is Patty Fisher. I am speaking with regard to RS 21-135. I don't know that I need to say more. The other speakers with regard to this resolution have spoken very clearly of the objection to it. Individuals, groups, the RSA Big Board, and the petition signed by over 300 members today alone are submitted today. I think that's adequate testimony to speak to the Assembly to reject this resolution. I urge you to do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Next person, please.
Hi, my name is John Strassenberg, and I'd like to speak against the TNM program, but proposed program. But I'd also like to say at the beginning here that I evidently others are confused as to what the word pulled means. Was 21-135 pulled from the agenda altogether, or was it pulled from the consent agenda to be debated and voted on later in the meeting? It's very confusing. That should be made clear. As far as the substance of the issue, I think it's well established that extra monitoring and inspection would be necessary with T&M. And I listened to last year's Assembly budget deliberations, and I heard a strong desire among the Assembly members to cut road superintendent salary expense. And I'm thinking, given this mindset, that I have little confidence that if this proposal, T&M proposal, moves forward, that the additional 3 to 4 road superintendents or inspectors necessary to administer the contract, I have little confidence that they would actually be funded. And that's very important to ensure not only that compliance with work requirements of the contract and ensure that the borough isn't billed for time not worked. If you're going to have a comparison between fixed price and T&M, you better give it a fair shot and fully fund the T&M part of it. The other thing is the financial accounting. I'm concerned because the current allocation system that allocates administrative overhead among all of the RSAs, that would have to be changed significantly so that the other 15 RSAs, the ones other than Big Lake, would not end up subsidizing Big Lake in this experiment, which would distort the results. The financial accounting methods must ensure that Big Lake becomes a discrete cost center. And without that, there can be no valid comparison of T&M to fixed price. And the other thing is the borough is responsible for prudent financial management and cost control. You've got bondholders, you got investors, you got all kinds of stuff that care about things like that. Time and materials is open-ended, representing unlimited exposure that could ensnare millions of dollars in road maintenance contracts borough-wide of this thing, unfortunate event if this goes forward. We have over $8 million in road maintenance contracts.
Sir, your time
And
is
it's not
up.
implausible
Sir, your time
that
is up.
RSAs could run out of money. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't hear the bell.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Anyway, the T&M's bad public policy, and I hope it never sees the light of day again. So thank you very much. Sorry for running over.
Thank you. Next person.
Hi, my name is Ruth Wood, and I live in Talkeetna, and I'm going to be short, I think. So it is hard to hear that bell on the phone.
Oh,
but
okay.
I just wanted to say that I was listening tonight more just because I'm interested in assemblyman meetings. I don't have. I am married to an RSA person, but it's not something I spend a lot of time working on. But my concern is it was clear to me just listening to people talk that many of the speakers did not realize that pulling something from the agenda meant it was still going to be acted on. So I just want to bring up the point that I think if something is pulled from the agenda, maybe that should be, this has been pulled from the agenda and it will be dealt with right after the consent agenda or however you're going to do it. But just to make it clear to people what's happening. And the other thing that I was curious about is whether there are any criteria for putting something on the consent agenda, because it is clear to me listening that this has been pretty controversial. And really something on the, I haven't been served on an assembly, but I've served on boards. And that when you pull something from the, the consent agenda is basically supposed to be something that everybody's going to support, you think. And then if you don't, it gets pulled. But clearly a lot of people did not understand that pulling it from the consent agenda did not mean it wasn't going to be considered later tonight. So I just wanted to put in a plug to ask you guys to make sure you clarify things, and also to suggest that maybe you need some criteria for putting things on the consent agenda. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, would you mind, since we've had the question twice, would
Okay.
you give instructions so
On what?
everybody's informed about
Okay.
what the motion was and what that means, please?
So at the beginning of each assembly meeting, then this has happened since I've been here at the borough over 20 years. If something gets pulled off the consent agenda, it doesn't mean it's pulled from the agenda. It means that it's only going to be it's going to be moved by itself. Generally, the consent agenda is one motion. It's moved all together. If you pull it from the consent agenda, it means it's going to have its own motion. Pulled from the agenda is completely different. It means it's coming off the agenda. This item was pulled from the consent agenda to be addressed separately from the rest of the consent agenda.
And then what point tonight will that then be considered?
So the consent agenda will come up after audience participation, and then the assembly will take up each item that was pulled from the consent agenda separately, right after the assembly takes care of the rest of the consent agenda.
Okay. Does that help a little bit? Thank you. Thank you. You're welcome. Okay. Next person online, please.
Greetings, Madam Mayor and Assembly members. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Hi, this is Amber McDonough, spelled McDonough. I'm a landowner in the Fishhook area for over 20 years, and I wanted to talk about MEA's standard presentation tonight. They gave an update on their Fishhook to Pittman Power Improvement Project, but they didn't mention that in MEA's recent public hearing on January 19th, the public testimony they received was nearly unanimously against their proposed northern central route. This testimony is posted in full on their proposed website, and it's clearly against the proposed northern route, which crosses the Little Sioux River twice and affects Mat-Su Borough ag lands and wetlands. We need to support Mat-Su Borough's unique resources, our salmon streams and watersheds, the farming character of our communities, and the quality of our rural lifestyle. The northern route cuts 11 new miles of wilderness right-of-way, and it creates new community safety hazards, not the least of which is a pathway for illegal activities such as trespassing, poaching, and dumping, flooding, and wildfires. MEA has received letters both from the Mat-Su Borough Community Development Department and Alaska Fish and Game that agree that the northern route's impact on Mat-Su Borough Title 13 ag lands is unacceptable. And the Community Development Department states that they prefer the Wasilla Fishhook Central Transmission Route is used. In addition, Alaska Fish and Game wrote MEA stating their concerns about the impact of this 50-year power line corridor on salmon and wildlife habitat. MEA is ignoring these key concerns when evaluating their northern route. Proposed Ordinance 2216 proves that fish and fish passages are important to the Mat-Su Borough. Lastly, the northern route is a missed opportunity for interagency cost sharing. Instead, MEA and the Mat-Su Borough could work together with a transmission line corridor along the Wasilla Fishhook Road that could be used to improve its safety. MEA could also benefit from cost sharing of right-of-way acquisitions and annual vegetation mitigation. We strongly encourage the Mat-Su Borough Assembly to investigate public and agency testimony about MEA's proposed transmission line route and reject any proposal from them that includes the high community costs of the northern route. Thanks for your time tonight.
Thank you. Do we have another person, Caleb? Okay, go ahead.
Hello, this is Cindy Bettini. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, I am also a resident of Big Lake, and I am calling about Resolution 21-135, the pilot program for time and material. I think you've heard enough comments about the services and cost analyst report that clearly showed that it would cost the borough administration more money. And from the petition that the gentleman talked about that was online with over 300 signatures, and the one that was turned in last week that was a handwritten one with somewhere between 90 and 100 signatures, that there is a large number of people in Big Lake as well as across the borough against the pilot program. One of my main concerns about it is that the fiscal note in your packet shows that RSA 21 is responsible for the pilot program. And in my opinion, if the Borough Assembly, all of you, vote for a pilot program, you are asking RSA 21 or the Big Lake taxpayers to pay for a pilot program that, I guess, if you vote for it, it means that you are really interested in having it in all 16 RSAs, the ones in your district as well. If that's not the case, then it's not very fiscally responsible. I also wanted to speak about another item that is on the agenda, which is AM 22011, the RSA improvements. I know all 16 RSAs have submitted their RIP list. I've been at the RSA meetings and the Big Lake Community Council meetings recently, where Assemblymember Tooze has presented a RIP list that is different than our RSA Advisory Board's list. The RSA Advisory Board has voted on their RIP list twice, even after Mr. Tooze presented his. And I think that a precedent needs to be taken here. And if you're considering taking a substitute RIP list, I suggest that you pull RSA 21's list from the rest of them. You shouldn't penalize the rest of the borough for the nonsense that's going on in Big Lake, but not approve any substitute RIP list tonight. The third thing is in the vacancy report. Very quickly, Mr. Harriet resigned from our RSA board, and another applicant immediately appeared in the column to be confirmed tonight. I know at least 2 other applicants that are very qualified have applied, and I'm asking the Assembly and the Mayor to please roll that back and wait at least 1 Assembly meeting, if not 2, to look at other applicants from our community, because we didn't even know that somebody had resigned. And in Big Lake,
Your time
we
is up,
never
ma'am.
have a problem.
Your-
Okay, we never have a problem filling these vacancies.
Your-
Thank
your
you so
time-
much for your time.
Your time is
Thank
up.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, all righty, so go ahead online.
Hello, my name is Diane Woodruff, and I am going on record to oppose RS 21135, proposing the change to time and materials contracting. I certainly would not be very happy to be a guinea pig if I were in RS 21, but as somebody who is looking at this from the perspective of all the rest of the borough taxpayers too, I'm still not very happy with it. I second previous comments that regard the way that this issue was handled, including the resolution having been inappropriately placed on the consent agenda in the first place. I am grateful for those who have pulled it off. Thank you. But I really hope that this will get sent down the tubes where it belongs. There are some cases where T&M contracts are appropriate, but far too often they're really just an invitation to end up paying more for the same work. And the only way that that doesn't happen generally is because you've got somebody who is very familiar with the nature of the work and who has the time and energy to go out there and monitor that. And as somebody outside the service area, I'm wondering exactly how that's going to happen and how those costs are going to be allocated to the rest of us. Or does that mean that that's not going to happen? Because this certainly is not something that I would expect the average accounts payable clerk to handle. And I say that as an accountant who's worked with contractors, and I've been out in the accounting field for about 30 years, and I really appreciate comments made before to that effect, because it's not a simple thing. And to answer one of the assembly members' questions, I think you're going to have to hire some official or additional accounting staff to ask the current contractor to now go back and do extra work to pull out all the T&M on this particular contract. If he were to go back and give you that comparison, that's kind of a big ask after the fact. It doesn't seem like anybody's too unhappy with the service that they're getting. I agree with those who said that basically you're trying to fix something that's really not broken. There may be improvements that could be made in the process. There may be improvements that could be made in future contracts. But really and truly, this has some pretty bad appearances, and it does definitely lead one to wonder if there isn't some potential benefit to the assembly member who brought this forward, either direct or indirect. And I think that needs to be addressed as well. The materials that came with the packet tonight are nothing that tells me that there was much consideration that was given to how this might actually work, who pays the cost, as noted before, of the accounting, how those are getting allocated among all the other RSAs. I'm sorry, I'm just so frustrated with this that I can't even get it all out. But really, this is a really terrible idea, and I think it should just go right down the tubes right now. Thanks. Bye.
Thank you. We have another person online. Okay, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Scott Wilson, W-I-L-S-O-N. I live in Big Lake. I've been in Big Lake almost 3 years now. Most people on the phone, including Mike Brown and Edna as well. And I thank you for your time on the phone. I asked you one of the direct questions. Is this something that you guys would do as far as the time and material in your district, RSA district? And you basically said no. And some of you said, no, it wouldn't work in my district. So I'm kind of perplexed that if this is a no, then I assume you will vote no on this. Also, the consent agenda, I'm kind of perplexed at how this ended up on the consent agenda when it is a popular topic and it should have been, open for discussion in many ways. Did this get snuck in there? I'm just confused at how something like this can be done. And it's still even confusing to this moment, even after Edna speaking about it. It's like it's being taken off, but we're still not sure as far as the public. Are you guys voting on this tonight, or does this get moved on? And the other thing I'm confused about is Moki seems to be the only one supporting this issue. I've not heard anyone else support this RSA 21-135 time and material contract. Is there anyone else that wants this? Because the Big Lake residents do not want it. Thank you for your time, and I appreciate it.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Are we finished with the online? Okay. Anyone else? Yes. Come forward, sir. I will. Okay.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, Assembly members,
Thank you.
Manager Brown. My name is Jim Sykes, S-Y-K-E-S. I just passed out a paper for you that I got from Kenai. And why would I care about what they're doing in Kenai? Well, it turns out that they modeled their new system of fixed price contracts after our contracts. They were operating with T&M in Kenai. And so my basic message is just take a look at the numbers. Since they went to flat rate costs, they've saved 31% in one district, 25% in another district, 12% in another. Now they're about ready to go for a new round of contracts over a dozen new areas and expect to save several $100,000. So basically, what you get with T&M is you have to have, if you want to make it work, you have to have it monitored. You have to have a lot of supervisors. In Fairbanks, I think they've got over 400 of them. They got a lot of small road service areas. But it kind of invites people to bid low and cut corners where they can and operate equipment that's not really performing any service and just read the Hobbs meter and enter the time. This is the kind of thing that monitoring is required for. What you get with a fixed price contract is that the criteria that are in the contract can be easily understood by everybody, residents, inspectors, contractors. The report from Kenai is our contractors and the borough are very happy about the new situation. And so I think that I'd like to address it really is hard to compare things when you don't really have a good comparison. And Assemblymember Yunt raised it about what goes on in Wasilla. And I can't remember exactly how they were set up, but they have kind of a hybrid where they have some T&M, they have a regular road maintenance crew, and when they get overwhelmed, they call in contractors. So it's pretty hard to compare something with the city of Wasilla. But I just say, look at the numbers. If you want to save some money, I highly recommend you take us up during budget, your budget considerations, and take a look at the contract itself. See if there is some adjustments you can make in the road service area contracts. And I wish you well. And if you're worried about the consent agenda, as the former mayor of DeVelbus would say, maybe this should be called the disconsent agenda.
Anyone else that would like to address the? Yes, come forth, sir.
Madam Mayor, members of the Assembly, thank you very much. My name is Eric McCabe. I'm a resident of the Fishhook area. I bought my property back in 2017, but I've lived in the Palmer area since 2012. This is the first time I've been to an Assembly meeting. I hope to remedy that. I'd like to come to more of these. Fact of the matter is I commute back from work in Anchorage, and it's not necessarily that convenient. I'm here today to speak about the assessments. Manager Brown, I was able to hear you over the feed, the video feed, and you expressed that while the assessments themselves may be going up, we might be able to work a little bit with the millage rates to make the potential increase in taxes more palatable. That works this year. That's my concern. What about next year? The assessments aren't going to go down per se. Not likely, anyway. We're not likely to see a decrease in these assessments change. That's not going to happen. Let's be real about it. The millage rate is going to constantly get pushed higher and higher. It's going to come up during budgets. How do we get more money? It's simple. The number one way this muni gets money is, and all municipalities get money, is through the property tax assessments. When we start seeing our property, values go up and up and up, we have nothing but to expect that our tax assessments are going to go up with them. That's a fact. Every property owner knows that. One of the callers earlier said that we're in a bubble for these housing prices. I would tend to agree that these are unsustainable prices. If you continue to raise the assessments and then raise the taxes on top of that, you're pricing out a lot of the people that moved here to get away from those types of endeavors. I personally moved to the Mat-Su region because I liked the idea of a conservative tax base. The Assembly here has always prided itself on not spending money it didn't have to. I want to see that happen again. I want to see more of that from this Assembly. When we start looking at next year's budget, let's see if we can reduce expenses, not talk about how much how little we've increased it. I want to see a reduction. That is what I want to see, because we're already spending too much per resident. I can't offer cuts, not yet. I'm going to look into it, but you've been doing this for a while, some of you. I hope that you have, some cuts in mind that you can propose. Thank you very much for your time.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Anyone else? Okay.
Tuesdays for a different subject? No.
We're really pushing the envelope. You're nice tonight. I'm going to go ahead and call a break. I think we need a break. So let's see. We have 8:30, so 10 minutes. Thank you.
Is closed, especially people that are listening to the meeting. Thank you.
Assembly members, please take their seats. Thank you. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and call the meeting back to order. And we have finished audience participation both online and in person. The next item on our agenda is a consent agenda. Does the assembly have anything additional to pull?
Stephanie does.
Okay. Assembly member Nowers, did you have a motion or want to speak? Maybe she's not back yet then.
Madam Mayor, if I could, she
sure.
did advise me she wanted to pull resolution 22017.
20
I'm sorry, Madam Mayor. Yes, if we could pull that one.
22017?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Is there any other item that the assembly would like to pull?
Assemblymember Sumner.
Okay. Deputy Mayor? No, none. Okay. Okay, go ahead.
I will read the rest of the consent agenda in. Resolution 22012, a resolution approving the scope of work and budget for the Meadow Lakes Grade Crossing Signal System Relocation and Upgrade Project. Resolution 22013, a resolution approving the scope of work and budget for the Lynx Lake Crossing Panel Upgrade Project. Resolution 22014, a resolution approving the scope of work and budget for the Cache-Whitna Trail Grade Crossing Panel Upgrade Project. Resolution 22016, a resolution authorizing the manager to enter an agreement with the Great Alaska Bowl Company Incorporated for the Susitna River Timber Sale. AM 22006, awarded bid number 22002B to Hamilton Construction Alaska Company in the contract amount of $860,875 to repair the Point McKenzie Rail Extension bridges. AM 22007, awarded bid number 22086C to Rosenbauer South Dakota LLC in the contract amount of $727,117 to purchase a pumper for the Greater Palmer Fire Service area. AM 22008, authorization to enter into utilities reimbursable services agreement with the Alaska Railroad Corporation in the amount of $474,431 for the Meadow Lake Signal Relocation and Upgrade Project. AM 22009, authorization to enter into a utilities reimbursable services agreement in the amount of $417,100 with the Alaska Railroad Corporation for the Lynx Lake Grade Crossing Panel. And AM 2210, authorization to enter into a utilities reimbursable services agreement with the Alaska Railroad Corporation in the amount of $277,500 for the Cache-Whitna Trail Grade Crossing Panel.
In mine, I have the road service. That's not right.
That got pulled.
Okay. Thank
No,
you.
it got pulled by assembly member two to talk about it separately.
Okay. Already? Yeah.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
Not being really familiar with the process, I didn't know that the consent agenda was like 1 and 2, and there was one that I was going to pull, but then that's why I came to you and said I don't think it's on the consent agenda, and it actually isn't. That's the Port McKenzie thing.
Okay, which one?
Can we
we'll,
pull?
we'll give you a leeway. Which one is it that you wanted to pull?
It is. Here it is. AM 22-006. The award of bid number 22002B to Hamilton Construction.
Okay.
And I'd like to pull that.
Does any of the assembly, I'm giving her some latitude because of, not fully understanding. Does any of the assembly people object for me allowing her to pull the AM 22-006? No, okay.
So leave this pulled. Thank you.
Mhm. So Deputy Mayor, we're ready for to move the consent agenda.
I move to approve the consent agenda as read into the record by the clerk with the exception of AM 22-006.
Thank you, sir. Is there any objection? Hearing none, the consent agenda is read by the clerk except for AM 22-006 has been approved.
We are now back, Madam Mayor, to Resolution 21-135, a resolution directing administration to establish a pilot program and provide road service area services via a time and material contract structure in the Big Lake Road Service Area 21 for the period of July 1st, 2022 to June 30th, 2023, and it was pulled by Assembly Member 2.
Ready? Go ahead, sir.
I have an amendment that I'd like the clerk to read into the record.
Assembly Member 2, if I can get you to move the resolution first.
Okay, I move resolution, what is it number?
21-135.
21-135. And I'd like the clerk to read it into the record.
There is an amendment, and the amendment reads, I move to amend resolution 20. Oh, thank you, Kelly. I move to amend resolution 21-135 as follows by inserting the following language in the title of the resolution: to create a task force to review and make recommendations to the Assembly regarding a time and material contract for RSAs, and should recommend come back favorable from the task force, which would make the title read, a resolution of the Matanuska-Susitna Borough Assembly directing administration to create a task force to review and make a recommendation to the Assembly regarding a time and material contract for RSAs, and should a recommendation come back favorable from the task force, to establish a pilot program and provide road service area services via a time and material contract structure in Big Lake Road Service Area 21 for the period of July 1st, 2023 to June 30th, 2024. Insert the following now therefore be it resolved clause to read, now therefore be it resolved, the Assembly directs administration to create a task force to review and make recommendations to the Assembly on a time and material contract for RSAs. Change the current now therefore be it resolved to a further be it resolved clause by striking July 1st, 2022 to June 30th, 2023, and replacing it with July 1st, 2023 to June 30th, 2024, and insert the language, should the task force find a time and material contract favorable. In the be it further resolved clause to add task force, which would basically mean that the manager would also have to give an update to the Assembly about the task force. And also insert a be it further resolved clause that reads, be it further resolved that the Assembly directs administration to uphold and enforce the specifications of the current contract while the task force meets and pilot program is created.
Thank you, Lonnie.
Okay. Is there discussion? Yeah. Assemblyperson Yant, go ahead, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. So I got a couple of comments and then I got one question that I think I'll need the advice of the attorney on. But
Okay.
first I would like to bring up the point of order. Oftentimes, and I don't know how it's been done in the past, and I don't think there's any hard rule on this, but oftentimes when members of the community come forward to comment, they're stuck with 3 minutes. They, and a lot of times, have a lot of area of expertise. We heard from some members of the RSA board in the community today, past assembly members, that really bring a lot to the table. And I think it does a disservice to the process if sometimes we can't be allowed to ask questions. So I'll just leave it at that. I hope that we can in the future, at least sometimes. So to Mrs. McKee, earlier you were asking about, or you had made a comment possibly, and I can't remember. I was going to speak to it then, but it was best to just be quiet, I think. And so about contractors keeping track of time, I believe, and I could be wrong, I believe the way it is right now, and maybe the manager could help, but even with this hard bid contract program that they have, I believe they're supposed to keep track of their time. So it is maybe something that we could pull on from years past to look at. That's all I'm saying. Is that correct, Mr. Brown?
Through the mayor to Mr. Young, I believe that's the case in some situations, like Mr. Tu alluded to a number earlier. That came from a report from the contractor, but I want to be clear, we don't use that for billing or invoicing
I
purposes.
understand. Yeah.
So there's probably a little bit of a margin of error there because it's not something that's tracked in order to determine payment.
Yep, I understand. And so, and then, you know, back to the whole thing, I don't know if time and material is the right thing, right? I know it's the right thing for my city. It doesn't mean it's the right thing for somewhere else. It sounds like it works well in other areas of Anchorage, not the really densely populated areas, but maybe some of the outlying. I don't know, but I will tell you, based off all of the great feedback and comments we got from everybody today, it sounds like the system isn't working as it is, right? I mean, the road service, the work that's being done this year by the McKennas, from what I can tell and what I'm hearing, is amazing. I'm not talking about that. It sounds like they're doing a great job, but when I hear, and I don't know how accurate 80% is of non-conforming roads, but let's round that all the way down to 50. If that's really the case, there might be a bigger problem here. And so I do applaud Mr. Tu for at least attempting to bring conversation to the table. You're not going to fix something with just status quo. And so I have a question for the attorney, I think, but if they really do have that many non-conforming roads, and there really is that big issue out there, and I wasn't born and raised out there, I was born in Wasilla, but I know I've been out in Big Lake quite a bit, and it does seem like a lot of the roads could use some help. Could they do their own bond package specific to their area or their district or their RSAs? Because when I hear that they have a hard time scraping up $400,000 or $500,000 in an RSA, I'm sympathetic to that too. The reason that's the case is because you're not as densely populated per road mile as, say, downtown Palmer or downtown Wasilla, right? So that's why as many of your roads aren't as paved and so aren't paved. And you know, that I think that's great. I wish I lived farther out of town, but right now I'm closer because of, you know, my kids in school and everything and all the other stuff. But when you do move out more rural and you do have less people per mile, you're going to have less people or money in your RSA. And then it lends to less roads that are in great condition, I guess you could say, right? So I'm just trying to help solve the problem here. So I'll ask again, can they do their own specific bond package specific to their area?
Let me check state law right now.
Okay.
I can tell you that like an LID program for paving LIDs, right? We're all familiar
And
with that.
natural gas.
Right, and for natural gas. An LID is called a local improvement district. It's where residents sign a petition and ask the Borough Assembly to pass an ordinance to levy a specific additional mill rate for a specific project that benefits the property, such as a road or gas. Let me take a quick look at state law. The question is whether or not it would be a general obligation bond backed by the full faith and credit, and whether it can be limited to road service area voters only. It'll take me just a minute or two to find that answer.
Thank you.
You can continue on and then I'll jump back in.
Thank you. And it's all button up real quick while you're doing that, and then you can come back later during someone else's. But I'd like to be, you know, in some way a part of the solution. Like I said, I don't know if time and material's right. I don't know that much about it specifically, other than how it works in my community in the city of Wasilla. But I will say, like I mentioned earlier, looking back on hearing how many of these roads are non-conforming out there, I think status quo is unacceptable. And so I would challenge the assemblymen and everybody in the district to get together and try to figure out a way to solve your problem. If there's that many roads that, you know, I think a gentleman mentioned earlier that you can't even drive home at certain times of the year, and they're talking about bringing out rig mats. That's unacceptable. I'm sorry that you guys are in that situation. So, you know, maybe my idea works, maybe it don't, but I would definitely challenge everybody to start thinking outside the box. So that's all I got. Thanks.
Is there, if you've got a contract with somebody and that person and you both parties signed it in good faith, and then all of a sudden in the middle of it, we say, I don't think so for the next 2 years, don't we have some sort of liability for, don't we, What do you, break the contract? I mean, don't we do that? Don't we? I mean,
Our contracts all have a term in them that they can be terminated for any reason.
oh, okay. All right, thanks.
Further discussion on Resolution 21-135, the amendment.
Madam Mayor,
Mike's off. Sorry. Go ahead, sir.
thank you, Madam Mayor. I have a question, probably for your staff through the mayor, particularly on this amendment. So the amendment changes the start of the pilot program to June 1st or July 1st, 2023. But my understanding is that the current contract runs through 2024. Is that correct?
Go ahead, sir.
Through the mayor to Mr. Hale, that is correct.
So we would have to either adjust or unilaterally adjust or break the contract with McKenna Brothers in order to do a pilot program starting on the fiscal year 2024. So thank you for the answer to that. That's all.
Thank you. Yeah, in the, therefore be resolved, it does give you two different dates. One, July 1st, 2022 to June 20th, 23. And then you're inserting July 1st, 2023 to July 30th, 2024. So would that run with the contract then? Or is that still a year too early?
Madam Mayor, that extends it 1 year from what was in the original resolution tonight. The amendment moves it 1 year, but there would still be 1 year remaining on the contract after the dates that are being inserted.
Okay, great. Thank you. Further discussion from any of the assembly members?
Madam Mayor,
Yes, go ahead. Assemblyperson Nowers?
I'd like to move a motion to postpone this indefinitely. I'd like to speak to it.
Sure, go ahead and speak.
So a couple things, just kind of first on the merit of doing this. You know, staff has already done an analysis, looking at this, that's shown that you're probably going to have more expense. We've heard from super knowledgeable people on the RSAs that say you can really go down a bad road with this. And as was just noted, the proposal in the amendment would still break the contract with McKenna if we went forward. And I think, you know, that does, I'm sure our attorney would do our best to represent us, but it poses a risk to the borough. And I take that seriously from a, you know, financial perspective. I think secondly, I think one of our jobs as assembly is to help staff prioritize. And we have a lot of things on our list. We're trying to get roads built and figure out affordable housing and build up our fisheries resource in Jonesville. And so when I look at, is there a need to spend more staff resources on something, again, I think that the analysis has been done, and barring like a request from the whole community that they want to really take a look at this, you know, I don't see that this is a big priority. I did hear the community say they've got substandard roads, but that's separate from a T&M contract. So maybe that's something that could come back. And then lastly, public process. I mean, I got these amendments a half an hour ago, and we just got, you know, thrown over the bunker. And I think validly for this being on the consent agenda and people not being able to, you know, understand what's going on and have good input. And I really appreciate everybody getting educated and coming forward in the testimony tonight. But I think this should be postponed indefinitely with a little work on, you know, maybe what sort of task force we have. And then if it comes back, it just because of the controversy over this, it should be as a public hearing and make sure that we have a process that people understand, have a seat at the table. So that's why I'm motion to postpone indefinitely. Could still come back with a little more work, and I hope you can support that.
Assembly Member Nowers.
Madam Mayor.
Just a minute, please. I have a question, and then I'll recognize you. Assemblyperson Nowers, are you postponing indefinitely the amendment? Because that's what the discussion is now. That's where we are, the
The
discussion
motion,
now.
the motion, the main motion.
Go ahead.
I just,
Clerk.
thank you,
Yeah.
Ms. Mayor. I just wanted to clarify that was the amendment and the main motion. It needs to be really clear, and I didn't want to guess what you were doing.
Correct, both of them.
Okay.
I'd like to see this come back at a later date with some work on it.
Okay. And then Assembly Person Hale, you had a question, sir?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. No, I just had a comment. I would support the motion to postpone indefinitely. And this really based on pretty much one thing. I work in construction, and unless you're an oil company, you do not want to be on a T&M contract. And that's pretty much all I have to say about that. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other Assembly comment? Yes, Mr. Attorney?
Just briefly, to answer Assemblymember Young's question, I told him it wouldn't take me long to find it. I did find it. So yes, you can issue bonds on a service area basis, and you can limit the vote to just the service area. So that was the bigger question, is whether you could issue bonds on behalf of the borough for just the service area with only those people voting, and the answer to yes, both is yes.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
And Assembly Person Not, did you have some questions regarding the motion to postpone?
Would an indefinite postponement, I don't think it would, but I just want to clarify, it would not prevent setting up a task force, would it? And looking in, I mean, I don't care if the task force is on time and material or anything else. I mean, I would think it needs to be on non-conforming roads specifically, it sounds to me like, right? But I guess my question is, would it prevent a task force from being set up? Because I do believe the roads need further discussion in this area, so.
Deputy Mayor?
So, it would prevent this task force from being set up. I mean, to my understanding, I don't know if we can debate the amendment. I guess we have to debate the motion before us, but it was mentioned that, that it could be brought back after being looked at by a task force. My understanding is the motion as amended would essentially bring it back after being looked at by a task force. So if the intent of the motion to postpone indefinitely was to bring it back after being looked at by a task force, it seems kind of counterintuitive to me, but.
So,
Madam Mayor.
yes, just a minute, please. So if after, however you decide to do this, if someone wanted to bring forth, they could bring forth an AM on a future, go ahead, agenda for a task force to cover whatever, right? I mean, that's always a possibility by Assembly members.
So through the mayor to Assemblymember Yunt, you could make another motion at the end of the evening to create a task force to look at this issue. If you want it to be a particular board that's set up through a resolution where you're appointing the members, that would require a resolution at least.
Okay. Yes, Assembly Person Hours, you had another question or comment?
I think you mostly clarified, Mary. I appreciate it. I think the intent is to make sure the community has a seat at the table. So before we start setting up task forces, like let's get with them too, but not, it would not bar us coming back and suggesting a task force to look at substandard roads, for example. But I think we should have the community input on it before we start setting things up.
Okay. Further, yes.
So
Assemblyperson
the motion that Assemblymember 2 made was twofold. One was to take that last year of the contract and have the task force study that. And then the other one, no.
Well, his amendment is on this sheet of paper that you have. That was his amendment to Resolution 21-135, which was pulled from the consent agenda. It is now an item of discussion for the Assembly. So then he made the amendment, and then discussion, and then Assembly Person Nowers moved that both the amendment and the original resolution 21-135 would be postponed indefinitely. And that will, when we get ready here to vote, that will be the question.
Okay.
Okay. Further questions or comments from any of the assembly members? Okay, then Madam Clerk, I guess we're ready to vote. On this is a motion to postpone both the amendment and the resolution indefinitely.
The members present, oh, wait.
One more
Sorry, go ahead.
point of clarification.
Sure.
If we voted to postpone indefinitely, we could still, at the end of this meeting, ask for a task force to be set up. I just want to make sure these roads aren't ignored. Does that make sense? So, okay, thank you very much.
And something that I wanted to very briefly say, the gentleman that was speaking about the 80-20 ability to meet that, the contract itself pretty much has to be gone through. And if it's not a realistic program, then you probably couldn't hold the contractor to it if they can't do it. Just saying.
We're on a
Yep.
motion to postpone indefinitely, Madam Mayor.
Okay. Assembly person 2, are you voting or do you want it, or that's McKee's? Okay, I'm sorry. It looked like it was yours.
Your mic's on.
Your mic
Oh.
is up. Okay,
We got assembly members on.
okay. Yes, Deputy Mayor.
Madam Mayor, so I would just like to log my objection to indefinite postponement as our manner of taking care of items that receive a lot of public testimony. I do think that we should actually debate and take action on the motion rather than always to just indefinitely postpone, because, you know, a lot of folks come out and they talk about it, and then it's not quite the same, because we can only now debate the motion to postpone. So, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any further assembly comments before I ask the clerk again to have everybody vote? Okay, I think, Madam Clerk, we are now
So
ready to
clarify
vote.
what no means.
The motion to postpone indefinitely, if you voted no, the legislation would still be on the floor. If the members in the room could go ahead and vote. Assemblymember Hale,
Yes.
Assemblymember Nowers,
Yes.
Assemblymember Bernier.
No.
Assemblymember Nowers, can you put your phone back on mute? I couldn't hear the other assembly member. Assemblymember Bernier.
No.
Sorry. Thank you, sir. It failed with Assemblymember McKee, Hale, and Nowers in support.
Okay, so now we have before us still the amendment and then the main motion. Are we ready to vote on the amendment? Yes. Assemblyperson Yount, go
Yep.
ahead, sir.
Back to the main amendment, I'd like to clarify some language here. So
Mhm.
I see in multiple places where it says, should a recommendation come back favorable from the task force? Can we please clarify maybe, and I don't even know if now's the time or place, but I would like to see us discuss what a task force would be, what it would look like. Would it be 5, 7, 9, or 11 members, give or take? It should never be even. I think you guys can see why we are odd up here, because you can't have a tied vote. But can we discuss a little bit what a potential task force would look like, please? Or what borough staff would recommend for a task force?
Go ahead, sir.
Well, I can tell you the legal framework for the task force.
Oh, okay, that's a
And
good
that is you're
start.
directing administration to do it. So your question is directed appropriately to Mr. Brown, because whenever the assembly wants to set up anything where the assembly appoints and the mayor confirms, it must by state law be done by ordinance. You can't do it via reso.
Thank you. And the
okay.
reason I didn't support postponing indefinitely is because I don't want to see these roads continue to be neglected. I don't know what the answer is, nor should I even have a permanent vote in that, because I don't live out there. But when I hear about people talking about non-conforming roads and not being able to drive home, I think we owe it to them to help set up a task force, an appropriate one. And so, yes, please, Mr. Brown, if you could help us
Go
out.
ahead, sir. Uh-huh.
Through the mayor to Mr. Yunt. So just clear, I'm hearing two conversations running in parallel here. One is we have a road service area maintenance contract. That is different from upgrading substandard roads typically, because what we're talking about is bringing them into compliance. And that typically is not done under an RSA maintenance contract. You can make spot improvements and do some things outside the scope of the contract. As I understand it, what this resolution is about is exploring a time and materials maintenance contract. So if I understand it correctly, because I think the ball's going to end up in my lap at the end of this thing, is this task force this is not directing any task force to go out and look at how do we upgrade substandard roads in the Big Lake road service area.
Would Mr. Two be okay with the task force looking at all of those issues rather than just time and material?
Yes, sir.
Okay, we have an
So then
amendment
I
to
would
the
like
amendment.
to, and I'm not nearly as talented as our amazing clerk here, so I would like to bring forth an amendment that would direct staff to set up a task force to look at time and material, but also to look at non-conforming roads, and any other roads out there that don't meet our borough standard. I would like to see, and I know this maybe is, knowing Mr. Dolan, he could probably provide this right now, but I bet I would like to see how many of the roads in that district don't actually meet, title, our new road standards, right? I know how many in my district don't. They're very, very few, but it sounds like in this one, there's quite a few. I'd like to see a list of that. And I just like to make sure that the task force is looking at all of that.
Yeah, do you have a place where you want to put this?
I do. If I
additional?
could read it back to Assemblymember Yunt, it would be the first, let me see, bear with me. It would go into the title and it would go into the first now therefore be resolved clause, which would read, the Assembly directs administration to create a task force to review and make to review and make recommendations to the Assembly on a time and materials contract and look at non-conforming roads. Does that work for you? I think Assemblymember
Yeah.
Sumner has a recommendation.
Uh-huh.
So
Deputy Mayor?
I had kind of written that out, and I was just going to line through on a time and material contract and put contracting for RSAs. So it would read, now therefore be it resolved, the Assembly directs administration to create a task force to review and make recommendations to the Assembly on contracting for RSAs. That way they can more generally take a look at time and materials, substandard roads, and I think there was something about the 17 SPs in the contract, and possibly those are not appropriate for that RSA. So they could address all of those things.
Okay, and is that Mr. Attorney and Manager and Clerk? Are we all straight?
If I could.
Okay.
This is Assemblymember Yunt's amendment. So we are on a secondary amendment at this point. Is this Assemblymember Yunt's purpose is to put the languages in as read by Assemblymember Sumner?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. To get it again.
Madam Mayor.
Assemblymember Sumner.
Okay, just a minute, please. Go ahead, Mike.
Time and materials is referenced throughout the resolution. I might suggest striking it throughout. Otherwise, you're going to have some inconsistencies.
Mhm. So adding the language throughout wherever it says time and materials, also add that. Yeah. Mr. Attorney, you have comment there?
So while Assemblymember Sumner is correct, by doing that, you open it up. The question the Assembly needs to ask themselves is, do you want to give them direction to consider specific areas and anything else they think? Because if you leave it wide open, this task force might turn around and consider whatever they want. So you might want to give them specific direction to consider time and materials contract structure, comma, substandard roads, comma, and any other RSA issues they feel might need to be addressed. That way, at least you've given clear direction on the two issues that you want addressed. Because if you leave it open,
Madam Mayor.
what's going to happen is in
Okay.
9 months,
you-
if you leave it open in 9 months, they're going to ask the clerk, wait, what are we supposed to do here?
Yeah, Assembly Member Yon? Go ahead, and then I'll recognize you, Mike.
I think it's clear to see that sorry if everyone can hear me, but I can't support an indefinite postponement because I don't want to ignore the roads. With that being said, I think it would be good to postpone this entire thing to the next meeting so that the staff can help give direction to Jesse, Moki, any of us on how we would set this up correctly. So, I mean, we're not going to be able to figure this out here, right here.
Okay, Mike, go ahead.
It's a motion to postpone to the next meeting.
Okay, Mike, go ahead, and then,
Through the mayor. Too many mics are on.
is your mic okay?
Okay, there we go. Through the mayor,
I'll
Mr.
wait till
Young.
Mike's done.
That's what I was going to suggest, is we don't try to amend this on the floor. I too got this 3 hours ago, so I don't know what a task force looks like because I hadn't given a task force any thought. So it would be nice to be able to sit down and kind of think through this because this is written to scope it to RSA 21. So do you want RSA 21? Do you want all RSAs? Do you want substandard roads for all borough-wide, just RSA? Like, there's a lot of ins and outs that could be crafted in an amendment that would make this a little bit more clear than trying to do this on the floor and missing something. Because in the end, I'm just trying to figure out how to execute the assembly's direction.
Thank you very much. One thing that would help me craft any amendments in the future, hopefully at the next meeting and we can get this over with, would be if we could look at, and maybe Mr. Dolan could provide us with this in the next week or 10 days or whatever, but how many miles of road in these RSAs in district in total, and how many actually meet our current road standards and how many don't? And then of the ones that don't, if we could get the borough staff to grade them. Does that make sense? So, thank you.
okay.
Madam Mayor.
Assemblyperson Nowers, I think you asked some time ago, and then Assemblyperson Hale asked just recently, so go ahead.
Thank you. I know George McKee would say something about an ant trying to give birth to an elephant here. I think we tried to take what was a T&M and all of a sudden we've got a task force on substandard roads. And so I agree with Assemblymember Yunt, but I also think we've heard loud and clear from our boards that they have a lot of knowledge and they want to be included. So rather than just postpone to the next meeting, I think we should look at a further out date and send this to the big board for input. If they want a task force on roads, I think we should be asking them what issues we should be looking at. So it's a friendly suggestion to Assemblymember Yunt to change the time to bring this back, to give time and ask this resource we have what they think we need to be looking at with a task force, not just what we decided at whatever time of night it is on a Tuesday night.
Right, I think, that would be one of the things on the task force and would be in the resolution that's coming back. And we certainly do want to take advantage of the expertise that we have on all of those boards. And who knows, maybe that would be what the task force would be made up, but that's a discussion for our next meeting. Assemblyperson Hale?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. I was just going to say, with all of the changes that are being proposed and everything going on here, it's like a fish squirming around after you just landed it. And to me, it sounds like we need an entirely different resolution rather than trying to, change this one this way or that way or however we're going to do it. I would say we should have a brand new resolution that that does the things that the people at the table here want, rather than postponing this to next meeting and trying to change it at the table. So I would be opposed to postponement, but I would be open to looking at an entirely different resolution at some time in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so the motion before us is to postpone this and bring back at the next meeting. Is a resolution? Is that what we're looking at for the task force, sir, or does it need to be an ordinance? Or
again,
whatever, or just should we say whatever
if you're-
legal
if you're-
document we need to do in order
No.
to form the task force?
no, there is a decision point here, because if what you would be doing in this resolution, whether it's amended or in its current form, or, with Mr. Two's amendment, is you're directing the manager to decide how to consult with people and how to talk with people, and then kind of come back and give a report to the assembly.
Right,
If the assembly wants to set up a direct advisory body, that has to be done by ordinance. And then the mayor appoints and the assembly confirms.
okay,
And their powers and duties, it doesn't have to be a code ordinance, it can be a non-code ordinance, but then their powers and duties would be prescribed in that ordinance. Here, it's a little more open-ended in terms of the manager deciding who to involve, when to meet, how to talk, what to do. It's a lot more informal. So it depends on what the assembly members want to do. It depends on
Okay.
what type of formality you want to give this thing.
let me put then the.
Point of
deputy
order,
mayor
Madam
and
Mayor.
Let me put the deputy mayor and assembly person Yount on the hot seat.
I call the
What do you
question
want?
on the motion to postpone.
I think I spoke first. Point of order.
Yes, go ahead.
I guess I agree with Assemblymember Hale, and I have a question. The agenda item before us, as advertised, is to establish a pilot program for T&M. If we are now proposing a resolution that would direct the manager to set up a task force to study roads, like, haven't we gotten so far from the title of this? And I just want to say I'm 100% on board bringing this back with a resolution to have a task force to study things. I just don't support bringing back something that was about completely different and trying to make it into, I guess that's a question for the clerk too. That seems like too far a stretch from what is advertised to the public.
Go ahead, clerk.
To Assemblymember Nowers and to the Assembly, there is amendments being made in reference to just creating a task force to look at an issue plus another road issue, meaning substandard roads. I don't think it's beyond the scope of the advertising in reference to what we already advertised.
Okay, so deputy
Well,
mayor?
I just a comment.
Call the
I think we
question
should vote this down.
on the motion to postpone,
go.
Madam Mayor.
Okay. Yeah. So let's call the question.
Assembly, we need to now vote on that.
Okay, so the question's been called, and so if you vote on the question, if you vote yes, then discussion is ended. And if you vote no, then discussion will continue. Is that correct?
Correct, but you can ask if there's any objection to calling the question.
Okay, is there any objection to calling the question?
I'm so sorry, but I really don't exactly know what that means. So if I'm voting yes, I'm voting to end the discussion now, but it doesn't say that we're not going to have a task force and do all this other stuff.
Right. It
So-
doesn't mean that you are against the motion to postpone. It only means that you are asking for discussion on the motion to postpone to stop.
Okay.
Okay.
So is there any objection to postpone?
So is there any objections to the question being called? Okay. So
I want
there's,
to make sure Assemblymember McKee is good because now
Okay.
she's talking to somebody else.
okay, let's give her a minute.
Do we vote now?
Assemblymember McKee, did you have another question before we move on past this? I want to make sure everybody at the table knows what we're voting on.
As I understand it, if I vote yes, it ends the discussion right now, which does not mean that we're not going to get a task force and all that, because we want to move ahead with the things that.
What it means is we're stopping debate on the motion to postpone. And then we will go, if the calling the question passes, debate stops and we'll go directly to vote on the motion to postpone.
Okay,
That's what it means.
so if I vote, okay, I think I'm going to the right place.
Any further questions on information? Okay.
I missed it. I'm sorry. I did.
Okay.
I thought I had it.
Go ahead, Madam Clerk.
So at this point, the motion is on the floor is calling the question. That means we are going to stop debate on the motion to postpone. If you're in favor of calling the question to stop debate on the motion to postpone, you wouldn't object to calling for the question. If that passes, we'll then go back and vote on the motion to postpone. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay.
So that's a yes.
Okay.
right?
So I think we're ready then, Madam Clerk, to vote on and we need what, 2/3 to pass on the question?
It does. It takes 5, but if there's no objection, we can ask if there's any objection to stopping debate, and then we can
Just move forward
just
to
move
the
forward. So go
main
ahead.
motion to
Mhm.
postpone.
Yeah.
Okay, so is there any objection? Okay, do I hear anything from the online members? Okay, so now we move to the motion to postpone till the next assembly meeting on the 15th of February.
If I can get
Okay.
the assembly members in the room to go ahead and vote on the motion to postpone until February 15th. Assembly member Nowers,
No.
Assembly member Bernier, Assembly member Bernier,
Yes.
Assembly member Hale,
No.
I'm sorry, Assembly member Hale,
No.
it has passed with Assembly member Nowers and Hale opposed.
Okay. So we are done with that one, right? Okay. Yeah, go ahead and what you call it. I don't know for sure if I have the correct next one to.
Now we are on, Madam Mayor, Resolution 22017, a resolution making a recommendation for school board compensation as requested by the school board, and it was pulled by Assemblymember Nowers.
Okay, would you like to address your
to move it.
reason for pulling?
Point of order, Madam Mayor. It
yeah,
has
I'll
to be
be-
moved
It
first.
needs to be moved.
Oh, it needs to be moved? Okay.
Yes.
So Assemblyperson Nowers, are you going to move?
Yeah, I would move, sorry, I don't have it in front of me, AM 22-017. I got that right?
Resolution.
Resolution.
The number was great, though.
I got it 50%. And I'd like to speak to it.
Okay, so you're moving. It be adopted, right? Okay, and now. go
I guess
ahead.
if we have to discuss it, yep.
Okay, discussion, so go ahead.
I'll be brief. This made me laugh. Thank you, Assemblymember Sumner. But I don't think it's appropriate for us to pass a resolution accusing the school board of seeking political cover. I think we should simply just direct the manager to please communicate to the school board that we do not set the school board salaries, and there's no reference to us having any sort of binding ability to do that. So while it made me laugh, I just don't think it's appropriate for this body to send that communication.
Okay, Deputy Mayor?
Well, I suppose I'd be fine with that, just directing the manager to communicate the equivalent. But I might point out that their request to us to recommend a salary or recompensation is exactly the equivalent as if we requested that they recommend our salary. There's no basis in code, or I don't believe the assembly has the ability to set the salary of the school board. I know we can't set term limits for them. They have their own budget, and they have the sole responsibility to set their compensation and to face the political consequences, whatever those are. You know, I'm not making, well, I suppose I did make a recommendation, but I honestly don't know what their compensation should be. I don't set their budget. I don't I'm not particularly familiar with the requirements of being on the school board. I just know that it's wildly inappropriate for them to ask us to tell them what their compensation should be. Just as inappropriate as if we asked them to tell us what our compensation should be. So I mean, I did kind of want to send a message. I was just being a little bit snarky on this, but I would still vote yes, but we could go the other route.
Madam Mayor.
Yes, go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to say that if the deputy mayor wants to write a resolution asking the school board to make a recommendation on our salary, I would support him in that.
Further discussion. Now, let me ask the clerk, because if I understood correctly, the assembly person Nowers voted or moved to approve this, but she also wanted to direct the manager to write a letter. So do we have two questions then? Or should that be an amendment then to the main motion?
To the mayor, I do think it was just a recommendation Assemblymember Nowers was making that the manager could contact the school district and say, hey, we don't make recommendations for the school board's salary. I don't think it was really an amendment.
Okay.
I think it was just a recommendation that the assembly could say, Mr. Manager, please do
Okay.
that.
So when the assembly members are voting then on the resolution 22-017, that is not a part of the consideration. Okay. Assemblyperson Yount.
Madam Mayor.
Yes, just a minute, Assemblyperson Yount, go ahead.
Mr. Sumner's correct. It is inappropriate for us to make recommendations on what they should be compensated, and I believe our manager has enough things to do. So I'm going to ask that we postpone this indefinitely.
Okay.
Or vote it down. Anyway.
So do we have a motion to postpone indefinitely?
No, I'll take that. I'll take that back. We'll vote it
Okay.
down.
Okay, all right. Assemblyperson Nowers, I think you wanted to say something?
Just clarifying that I would like to see this voted down.
Okay. Discussion from the assembly further? The motion that you have before you is to approve resolution 22-17. Okay, I think maybe we're ready to vote. So, yeah.
If I can get the assembly members in the room to go ahead and vote on this resolution. Assemblymember Bernier.
Can you read resolution, please?
What's before the assembly right now is a resolution making a recommendation for the school board compensation as requested by the school board. That is what the motion is that's on the floor that we're voting on right now.
No.
Assemblymember Hale.
No.
Assemblymember Nowers.
No.
It failed with Assemblymember Sumner in support.
Okay. So Madam Clerk, the next item I have then is AM 22-006. Is that what you have?
That is what I have.
Okay.
Awarded bid number 22002B to Hamilton Construction, Alaska Company in the contract amount of $860,875 to repair the Point McKenzie rail extension bridges, and it was pulled by Assemblymember McKee.
Okay. Assembly Member McKee, would you like to move this amendment and then we'll discuss it and?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
All righty. So Assembly Member McKee has moved AM 22-006, and I'll recognize her for discussion first.
The first thing I think I should do is take off my jacket and wear this shirt because it pretty much has a lot of the sentiments that I agree with. I also brought this thing. I made a poster I don't know exactly where to put it, but it references, there's several articles. There's one from Nome to get a $250 million, Nome to get $250 million from the feds to start long-awaited port expansion, the Deepwater Port Nome. Then we've got Matanuska Assembly decides to sell off parts of its dormant Port McKenzie. And then over here we have Dunleavy proposal to link $175 million in funding for ports faces hurdles, one of which, of course, is if you're going to build these bridges, that's going to be close to 200 million. This is 175. It ain't going to go anywhere. Down here is, I think, one of the most telling things, which is in the report that I sent clear back in May, I think it was, where it was talking about the original Temple Sloan Baker recommendations, which basically said, if you don't have coal and you don't have timber, this ain't going anywhere. And so, but as you went through that report, there was a really telling picture. This is Port McKenzie. Right there in the background is the Port of Anchorage or the Port of Alaska, whatever we want to call that. And it's like, do we really need to spend another nickel on this thing? Why I have this here in the middle, Utah company seeks approval for $48 million skilled nursing facility in Anchorage. That's an opportunity. You talk about opportunity costs. If we keep dumping money into the money pit that is the port, we're ignoring a whole lot of other things. Why did we know about this? I mean, is this something that we should have been involved in, is getting that kind of business out here? Or are we focusing so much on the port that maybe we're missing other opportunities? In a nutshell, we've been doing this for 30 years. When the first report came out, Temple Sloan Baker said, if you don't have coal, like I said, if you don't have coal, you don't have timber, and you don't have a rail line, this is not a really good idea. And we just keep going and going and going and pouring little bits, not little bits. This amount of money is not little bits of money. We just keep throwing it in there. Nothing is happening. I don't think it's going to happen. I think that the person on the wrote on the side of the Titanic that not even God can sink the ship. He didn't sign his name because he didn't want somebody looking back at him and saying, "Oh my gosh, what a fool." So I'm thinking, I don't want to be identified with a project that just kept sinking and sinking and sinking. I don't want to be a part of that because I don't think it's going anywhere. I would love to vote because it's pro-business. But the problem is, I promised my constituents that I would ask the Borough Assembly to spend money as though it were coming out of their own pockets. And if you were asked to invest in something that's taken all of these years and still is not going anywhere, I can't in good conscience support that. So every nickel that comes up that is for the port, we just keep pouring, and the more things you put in the port, when we finally have to dig it out of the channel, it's just more things you got to take out. That's just, I don't know what to do with this other than it's a visual. So.
Okay, thank you. The clerk.
Madam Mayor?
Yeah, Deputy Mayor, and then I'll recognize you.
So through the mayor to the manager, my understanding was that the fund source for this was actually revenue from the project fund revenue that we get from like leasing the right of way we acquired, and that money could not be expended outside of the project because, I mean, essentially you can't take a state grant, use it to purchase a bunch of land with eminent domain and then run that money into your general fund, but maybe I'm wrong.
My understanding is this is FEMA funding to repair bridges along the Port Mac Rail Extension Corridor that were damaged during the 2018 earthquake.
Okay. And Councilman or Assemblyperson Yacht, do you have a question? And then I'll go to.
Mainly comment, yeah, my understanding too was that it was FEMA funded, right? But comment to Ms. McKee's right. Nobody up here, I mean, we were able to lower the mill rate a lot last year because we're fiscally responsible. And I think you're going to see how fiscally responsible we are as a body during the budget season this year too. But the reason there's so much money in the budget for Nome is because the icebreakers, I'm sure everybody's kind of starting to notice, but there's some major tension in that part of the world. Guy by the name of Putin, right? Like we should probably spend some money in Nome. It doesn't mean that we're being neglected in the borough because there isn't potential. It just means Nome's more important, right? And then when you look at Anchorage right across the water, I'm going to tell you guys right now, and I've told Mayor Bronson, Anchorage is a mistake. The engineers that selected that site for Anchorage to be there, young military engineers, decades and decades and decades ago, had no idea that they were going to have to continuously dredge that place. That place is anything but fiscally responsible. And then if you look at the growth in the state of Alaska in the last 10 years, 78% of it right here. It's not changing. Our port's not going anywhere, and we're going to do business, I promise you. So we're not losing that much money there right now. It's getting better every year. It has gotten better. It will continue to get better. People are not going to move into Anchorage. They're not. They're moving out here. I support the port for that reason, for many reasons, but thank you.
Assemblyperson Hale, I think you wanted to speak. Is that correct?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. And first of all, I'd just like to thank Mr. Yunt for his very on-point comments there. Those are some good points. The only thing I would like to raise is that the time to take issue with a specific line item in the capital budget is when we're considering the capital budget, and not when we're considering whether or not to award a contract that a bunch of companies have put a bid in on. So this is not the time to jerk the rug out from underneath these contractors who spend their time, applying, creating these bids for these jobs.
Okay. Further discussion by any of the assembly members? Yes. Assemblyman McKee.
Whoops. Mr. Yunt made the comment about the being poorly designed and that the Port of Anchorage and it's having all of its problems. But as I understand it, in 2015, 2016, over a 2-year period, 2 things occurred. 2 pilings failed on the barge dock. That's the Thomas Thornton and Tomasetti, a preliminary cause and origin report of the Port Mackenzie barge dock failure. The consultant stated that the barge dock was poorly designed and constructed. It's interesting to note that the barge dock was designed and constructed by the same company that built the Anchorage dock. And approximately 4 months ago, an Alaska Superior Court found that the Anchorage docks were a faulty design and construction. Theirs is, ours is, same design and construct, same outfit. And it's easy to say, well, money is coming from somewhere else. It's all coming out of everybody's pocket in the final analysis anyway. My feeling is somewhere or another, we just have to put the brakes on spending anything there unless it's going somewhere. And when you look at the idea that it's been literally years since some of these ships have docked there, we're talking 1999 that we started this whole thing. How long does it go? I can't spend another nickel there. That's where I am, bottom line. I guess let me take that bottom line back. Sometimes we're saying, well, you know what, if Anchorage undergoes its repairs, then we'll just take some of their customers. Well, we're not ready to take anybody's customers because we don't have a port yet, a real active working port. And the other thing is, if you're talking about these bridges on the rail spur, we don't have a rail spur. These are like the bridges to nowhere. That concerns me. Just my 2 bits.
Deputy Mayor?
Yeah, so I think, Madam Mayor, that Assemblymember Hale actually brings up a really good point. This is a contract award, so we already went out to bid, and you're going to have a chilling effect on future bidding on contracts if people think that they might have to go through all the bid prep and all that, and then still not get the award, even if they're the low bidder. So we really should avoid just pulling these contract awards unless it's like absolutely necessary. Like if there's some issue with the actual bid process or something, that's really not the right time. So, thanks.
Okay. Further discussion by the Assembly. Okay, alrighty. I believe we have an objection to the motion. Kind of.
Yeah, we do.
So, Madam Clerk, then so the motion before you is to approve AM 22-006. So if you are in favor of approving it, you will vote yes. And if you are not in favor of it, you will vote no.
And if I can get all the members in the room to go ahead and vote. Assemblymember Hale.
Yes.
Assemblymember Nowers.
Yes.
Assemblymember Bernier.
Yes.
Thank you. It has passed with Assemblymember McKee opposed.
Okay, so then that is all that I had pulled from the consent agenda. Is that, oh, we got one more, okay.
We've got one more, and it's AM 22011, approval of the road service area road improvement project list for 2022, pulled by Assemblymember 2.
I move to amend AM 22-011 by
Okay.
replacing the Big Lake.
Assemblymember 2?
Yep.
Can I get you to move the AM first? Just, if I can get you to move AM 22011, and then you can move on to the amendment. Thank you, sir.
Oh, okay. I move AM 22-011.
Okay, now your amendment, sir?
I move to amend AM 22-11 or 22011 by replacing the Big Lake RSA number 21 road improvement project list with the attached project list.
Is there well, I guess I should ask, yeah, Deputy Mayor, go ahead.
So I do have a question because I mean, all the projects on here are also in the RIP list. So I was wondering, well, except I think maybe there's one less in the amended list than is on the RIP list. But is that the extent of the change, or is it?
Yeah. Yes, what I'd like to do is just have the list that I proposed. I'd like that to be the only list that goes forward. And then if you notice down there, my last one is Jolly Creek Drainage Construction. Which should be the last project on the list. And then that's determined on whatever the contract cost will be. And it's not funded right now. Am I answering you?
Sorry.
Follow
So
up, Deputy Mayor?
through the mayor,
Yes.
so the only difference essentially, because the Jolly Creek Drainage Construction is on the RIP list as currently no funding and to be determined. So we're just basically eliminating Beaver Lake Road as a funded project, and then eliminating Echo Lake, Big Lake, and then all these other ones as unfunded, but seeking funding. Is that correct?
Yes, and then I also put on line item 3, which is dust control, which isn't on there.
Further questions regarding the amendment?
Madam Mayor.
Yes, go ahead, Assemblyperson Myers.
I had a question as well, because it looked like the, in addition to not having Beaver Lake Road and adding dust control, it looked like the total amount to be spent was $615,000 compared to 270. So am I reading that right? This increases the budget for the year for almost $350,000.
Yeah, go ahead.
Through the mayor to Ms. Nowers and really the whole assembly, these RIP lists, and Mr. Dolan will correct me if I misstate anything, or please do, is really to articulate assembly approved priorities in terms of projects. So if there's a project, for example, Echo Lake, that's on the current road board list. If it's not on Mr. 2's list and that's what's passed, we won't be doing work on Echo Lake. So really what you're approving is the priorities for us to go and put money against. The cost estimates are just that. They're cost estimates. In many cases, we don't have that, like Jolly Creek Drainage. We don't know what that's going to cost because there's no design for it yet. So these don't approve a budget. This just shows us these are the priorities that the Public Works Department can go and execute based on the Assembly's approval. The cost estimates are really just placeholders. They're not indicative of the project or the available capital funding in any of the road service areas. Does that help answer that, Ms. Nowers?
Just a follow-up question then. So that original budget was $270,000. The new budget is $615 or $50. Like, so what is there, why such a variation? If it, like, I get what you're saying. I understand, like, this isn't, you know, a done deal. You still have to figure out how much it costs, but why did this come at 217 and now we're looking at 615? Why?
Through the mayor to Ms. Nowers, again, I wouldn't think of this as a budget. These are just cost estimates against projects that you're approving for us to go and do work against. Those estimates will change and those things will firm up. Again, it's a cost estimate, it is not a budget.
Okay, well, I thank you for the answer. I'd like to move to divide this, so we approve the rest of the RSA and then take up the Big Lake RIP list.
Go ahead, Madam Clerk.
To the mayor, I'm trying to think this through because there's a primary amendment on the floor right now. There's nothing to divide.
Oh, okay, we can go forward with the primary. I do have a comment about it.
Okay, further comments from the assembly regarding the amendment to AM 22-011? Okay, I guess maybe we're ready to vote then. So a yes would be to do the substitution. A no would be to leave the original project list intact.
If I can get everybody in the room to vote. Assemblymember Nowers.
No.
Assemblymember Bernier.
Yes.
Assemblymember
Yes.
Hale.
Yes.
It has passed with Assemblymember Nowers opposed.
Okay. Okay, so now we're on the main motion for AM 22-011 as amended. Any objection? Okay, so I don't hear any objections, so then the motion passes, right? Yes, we didn't hear any objection. Okay, so now we're all done with that, right?
Yep.
We're now on to unfinished business, which there isn't any.
Yep.
And then we have new business of introductions. And so, Madam Clerk, if you would read the introductions, please, for the public hearing that will be set at our next meeting, which is the February 15th.
Introduction for public hearing on February 15th is Ordinance 22008, Ordinance 22011 with accompanying resolution 22007, Ordinance 22014, Ordinance 22016 with accompanying resolution 2211, Ordinance 2217 with accompanying resolution 2215. And for public hearing on March 15th is Ordinance 2210.
Okay. Is there any discussion?
We had Assemblymember.
Oh, I'm sorry. Deputy Mayor.
I move to introduce the legislation as read into the record by the clerk
Sorry,
and set
you're
the
right.
public hearings for February 15th, 2022 and March 15th, 2022 respectively.
Thank you, sir. I'm sorry I slighted you. Is there any discussion on the motion to do these introductions? Okay. Is there any objection to the legislation being introduced? Okay, hearing none, then the legislation has been introduced. Okay, vacancy report. Deputy Mayor, would you move the vacancy report, please?
I move to confirm the mayor's recommendations as follows. Board of Equalization, Tracy Barrickman, David Heyer. Joint Assembly School Board Committee on School Issues, Moki 2. Library Board, Marty Kincaid. Local Emergency Planning Committee, resignation of Daniel Hansen, Michael Gavarette. Planning Commission, Kurt Scogan. Plating Board, resignation of Barb Doty. Transportation Advisory Board, Terry Lyons. Central Matsu FSA number 130, David Tyler. Big Lake RSA number 21, resignation of Bill Harriet. Pat Daniels. Lazy Mountain RSA number 9, Daniel Keen. Robert Stone, South Colony RSA number 16, Kelly Gordon.
Okay, is there any discussion? You might just.
Madam Mayor?
Sir, do you have? Okay. Yes. Assemblyperson Nowers, go ahead.
If we could, and maybe the clerk can help me, divide out for discussion the RSA board appointment. I think we had some questions raised about that tonight and some additional applicants. It might be worth a discussion.
To the mayor, through the mayor to Assembly Member Nowers. Are you moving to divide the question to take the appointment of Big Lake RSA separately?
Yes.
So if I
Okay.
could explain it real quick.
Sure.
So what Assemblymember Nowers has moved is she wants to take the voting on the Big Lake RSA appointment separately from the rest of the vacancy report. So you'd vote, it's a motion to postpone to divide the question. So you'd be taking both questions separately, but you have to vote first on the motion to divide.
Okay, so discussion on the motion to divide. Yes, Assemblyperson Yount?
I'm gonna be careful how I say this. I'm still one of the new kids on the block, but I don't really think it's our place as assembly people to be telling other assembly people who they should appoint. I think that should be between their district, that assembly person, and the mayor. So I will not be voting to separate these for that reason.
Okay, further discussion from other assembly members? Okay, I guess then we're ready to vote. So yes vote would be dividing the question, which would mean then we would look at the vacancy report separately from the RSA 21 appointment. And a no vote would leave the vacancy report as submitted to you intact. Okay? So, Madam Clerk, I think we're ready. I don't hear any further comments.
I can get everybody in the room to vote. Assemblymember Bernier.
No.
Assemblymember Hale.
Yes.
Assemblymember Nowers.
Yes.
It has failed with Assemblymember Hale and Nowers in support, and now we're back to the motion of approving the vacancy report.
Is there any further discussion on the vacancy report? Okay, is there any objection to it being accepted? Don't hear any objections, so the vacancy report is approved. Okay, there is no other new business. We don't have any referrals, correct? We don't have any reconsiderations. We have taken off the executive session, correct, sir? And so we don't need to do that. So we're ready for comments from the manager, attorney, clerk, and assembly members. So, Mr. Attorney, let's begin with you down there, please.
3 minutes left in the meeting, no comments.
We
Well,
do
okay.
have to extend the meeting unless we're gonna get through it.
Okay, so we have to get through it in 3 minutes? Okay,
No comments.
no comments. Okay,
No comment.
no comments. No comments. Any comments from anybody online?
Madam Mayor? No comment.
No comment. Okay, well, thank you. Okay. Was there somebody online that I didn't recognize?
Yes, Madam Mayor.
Go ahead. We have 30 seconds, sir.
Thank you. I'll be brief. I just want to address the thing about the asking questions during audience participation. The reason that we didn't ask questions during audience participation before was because it's pretty unfair to folks who are waiting in line for their 3 minutes to have other folks' time extended through the asking of questions by assembly members. And so I just don't think that's a practice we should engage in. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Manager, clerk? Nope. Okay, meeting's adjourned. 9:59.